We're on.
We're hot.
It's back on. Then I think we will go ahead and get started, everybody. And we are at Exhibit C, Oregon Game Bird Regulations, the one that I terrified the room with before lunch. So now go ahead and introduce yourselves and start, if you will.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, Director Colbert. For the record, I'm Derek Broman. I'm the Game Program Manager. I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves when they give their individual presentations, but we are happy to be here this afternoon to present our staff proposals for the 2025-2026 Game Bird Regulations. We're going to first start off talking about our upland game bird proposals, followed by our migratory game bird proposals, and then we will actually touch on a little bit of our regulations regarding wildlife management areas and state refuges. So with that, I'll hand off to Michael to please get us started.
My notes say, good morning, Chair Wall. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the Commission, Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Michael Klein, Upland Game Bird Coordinator for the department. I'm here today to present the department's proposals for the 2025-26 Upland Game Bird Hunting Regulations and the 5-year Upland Game Bird Hunting Season Framework. Oh wait, this is me. I got distracted there. My presentation will cover the 5-year Upland Game Bird Hunting Season Framework, the state of our upland birds in Oregon, and our expectations for the upcoming hunting season. Then I will present the proposals for that season, including some special hunt opportunities. This year is kind of special in the upland bird world because it's time to set our 5-year upland game bird hunting season framework. So every 5 years, we do a deep dive into our upland hunting seasons to make sure our season lengths, our open areas, our bag limits are all functioning to provide a sustainable hunting opportunity. Having a standardized regulation framework over the next 5 years provides a consistent and stable regulation that really reduce confusion. They assist hunters with making plans for trips, and they lower our administrative costs as well. The frameworks guide the approach we take to setting the season, but they're not set in stone, so we can adjust annually if conditions change. We started doing this framework process in '99, and it's based on the concept that upland bird populations fluctuate naturally each year, but you don't need to change your bag limits and season dates every year. Reasonable harvest rates do not contribute additional mortality beyond the naturally high death rate of these birds, and hunters tend to be self-limiting. So in poor years, hunting success and pressure decreases is, I guess, what I'm trying to say. So it makes more sense to back up every 5 years and look at these population trajectories in the long term. The Commission approved the last 5-year framework in 2020, and so it's time to revisit our approach and just make sure that our seasons are working. On this slide, I've pictured some of our upland game birds in approximate order of reproductive potential. So birds with extremely high reproductive potential tend to have really short lifespans, and their populations will fluctuate a lot between from year to year, whether they're hunted or not. These fluctuations are really influenced by weather conditions that may either cause direct mortality or affect habitat, such as a drought cycle. The birds on the top tend to have higher bag limits and longer seasons. The birds on the bottom tend to have shorter seasons, smaller bag limits, or even controlled hunts, either because they're affected by habitat limitations or they may have a lower reproductive potential.
Michael, can I just ask you a question?
Yeah.
So the first one, the gray partridge, I always called those Huns. Is that?
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Yep.
My entire life, I've called them Huns, and I didn't know they were really gray partridges. So, okay, thank you.
For the 5-year framework, we took a really close look at our population trends for each species. And I have to give Kelly Walton a lot of credit, our assistant game bird biologist, for really digging into the data. For example, we looked at decades of forest grouse wing bee data to see if there was any creep in our average hatch date, which you might expect in a warming climate. We did not see anything along those lines. We looked at age ratios, sex ratios to make sure that that those were all healthy. We also looked at hunting participation and success rates to make sure that no changes were needed to maintain sustainable populations. We also look at the habitat to make sure that there's nothing kind of coming down the pike, which we expect that there probably is, that would affect the way that we need to manage our harvest. We usually start out with a long list of ideas and then kind of distill them through this filter that asks, are these changes going to have the desired effect? Is it ethical? Is it enforceable? Does it balance out the best interests of the species with the desires of our various user groups? And is it overly complex? So in the end, we've refined those proposals and frankly given this a lot of consideration. The good news is our hunting seasons are working really well for the most part. We're only going to have a few changes proposed in the fall turkey framework. The rest of these seasons are providing excellent hunting opportunity. Our populations are cycling up thanks to our nice wet cycle. It's nice to see our populations responding. Even ones that had been declining, like pheasants, are on the upswing. And so for the most part, we're happy with our seasons, or we feel like they're sufficiently conservative. For example, in the case of sage grouse, that hunting is not going to have an effect on those populations. We are proposing some changes as fall for our fall turkey, which is also kind of our depredation season for turkeys because it's an either sex hunt. I will mention that our beardless turkey permit is not part of the framework because we're still considering that to be in a pilot phase. But for our fall turkey season, we are seeing flock buildups in some areas. And so we are proposing to expand the open area in our fall seasons to include 4 units around the Burns and Hines area. I'll show you a map later that will kind of highlight those areas.
Just before you leave, what do you mean you said depredations? What?
Correct. So our sports season for spring turkey, our sports season is spring turkey. That's where we only hunt males. Okay. And so we call the fall season a depredation season because we are taking breeding females out of the population. And so we don't have fall seasons in every unit because we don't feel like we need to reduce populations across the board.
Thank you.
Let's see. So we are proposing to make official a change that we did mid-framework, and that is to increase the bag limit for Western Oregon fall turkey from 1 to 2. We've been doing that for the last few years, but it was a mid-framework change. So we would like to make that official. And then we would also like to allow some September 1 openings for fall turkey, which we are also already doing. Again, I'll show you some maps to kind of help visualize that. So that takes us through the framework, and now we're just moving on to our annual proposals. And so based on the proposed framework, we are not proposing any changes to our quail, partridge, forest grouse, pheasant, spring turkey seasons, other than just basic calendar shifts. So most upland bird seasons in Eastern Oregon open the 2nd Saturday in October. And then again, here are those proposed changes to fall turkey. One additional thing that we would like to do is combine that fall turkey tag, Eastern and Western Oregon, into one product. We're seeing really poor compliance from our hunters in filling their Western Oregon tag in Eastern Oregon, vice versa. There's not a great reason for that to be a separate product anymore. because we don't have limitations on the number of tags that we sell. We are proposing to expand the fall turkey season to include 4 extra WMUs. And then regarding the beardless turkey permit, that has been actually very popular with landowners and our biologists. We did open the Willamette Valley last year, if you remember. So far, just today, I got the mandatory harvest reporting data for that. And it looks like somewhere around 80 to 90 turkeys were harvested in the Willamette Valley. It's not a big number, but people are using that. It was closer to 400 birds in the John Day Valley, which is a big number. But when they looked at the populations, after the fact, it still didn't have a huge effect. So there's plenty of birds around there. Lots of birds collected in the John Day Valley this winter. So because this does seem to be working, we do have other biologists who are interested in giving it a try. So we are proposing to expand that area to include the Melrose unit, as well as, so this is, we're talking about Southwest Oregon, of course, the Melrose, the Rogue, the southern part of the Evans Creek unit, south of the county lines, and the Applegate. And again, just as a reminder, this is a private lands only hunt. And in Western Oregon, that also excludes private industrial timberland. So it's really focused on places where there's chronic nuisance depredation problems on private land. So we don't want to chase birds off of public land when they're not causing a problem. So just a couple of maps to look at here, if you could make that out. Oh, I didn't mention, we would also like to expand that John Day Valley beardless area to include the fossil unit. And then we're also would like to bump that Heppner unit north up to the county line rather than the river. That will help problems that are happening in the monument area. So fall turkey, you can see there's the pink are areas that would include that change to the framework. So 2-bird bag in Western Oregon. So we have been doing that, but again, that was a proposed framework change. In the blue, that's our general turkey season that opens the second weekend in October. That's a 1-bird bag. And then the yellow is kind of that John Day focus area where, so those boundaries mimic the beardless. And so that there you see the fossil and the Heppner unit expanded to be included in the September 1 opener for fall turkey. Hopefully that makes sense. And then here's the map for the beardless where the highlighted areas are where we're proposing to expand. And I think I have one more slide. Oh no, we have sage grouse. I almost just skipped right over that, didn't I?
That's a big one.
So sage grouse controlled hunt, we've covered this in a lot of detail in the past, and so I'm going to try to keep this really high level. We'll talk about the status of sage grouse. We'll also be talking more about sage grouse this year as we're working on updating the plan. And we did update the core maps I guess 2 December, was it 2 Decembers ago? Yeah, about a year ago. Sage grouse, reminder, are not a listed species, but they are a species where we're concerned about long-term declines. They benefit from their status as a game bird because their management comes from a dedicated funding source, non-federal, upland game bird validations. And these funds are used to pay for our sage grouse coordinator, our LEC surveys, research, and habitat projects. Here's our most recent trends in our Oregon sage grouse populations. Based on last year's counts, our populations were up nearly 64%. That's probably an overestimate because we had a hard time accessing our LECs last year, if you remember. And so last year's estimate was probably a little bit low, but notice that for both the spring population estimate in blue and the males per active LEC in red, that those numbers are exceeding the previous peak. And in the case of estimated spring population, exceeding the previous 2 peaks. And so that's really encouraging to see, this 10-year drought finally break. And these populations really did take a hit in 2012 with those massive fires that went through some really nice habitat. And it was also really nice to see the Lakeview district have a nice bump in their population. We know that habitat is impaired in sage grouse country primarily due to invasive annual grasses and conifer incursion into those habitats, mostly western juniper. But we do have a lot of good acres of functioning sagebrush habitat, a lot of partners that are working on the issue. I would be remiss if we didn't talk about last year's fires. We had a record-breaking fire season last year, over 1.9 million acres burned. I put some statistics up there so you can kind of see where they burned. Most of that was in eastern Oregon, and most of those were rangeland fires. The red in the map is where those fires overlapped with core and low-density sage-grouse habitat. So it could have been worse. It wasn't great, especially up in the Beulah unit. We lost some nice habitat there in the Cow Valley. And you may remember in August, we preemptively reduced permits in the Beulah even after we had really good lek counts there because of those fires. We also reduced permits in the Owyhee. You can see the hole in the ground fire. That was a big one. It did burn through a lot of connectivity habitat because that's a huge lava flat there, actually, which is weird. Like, I don't know how that burns, but that was a big fire. And then the Warner Peak fire, that was all, for the most part on a national wildlife refuge, which we don't hunt. And then the fires to the north up there in Crook County and Baker County occurred in areas where we don't hunt sage grouse. So again, these are areas we're going to have to keep a close eye on, and we're happy that we have lots of good partners working on that. We've talked before about the importance of our wing returns from our hunters. We had 310 wings returned out of 500 this year, which is a great number. And that gave us an indicator as to how our production went. We had 2.25 chicks per hen in the harvest, far exceeding our average of 1.48. So that tells us that that production is healthy. That's the kind of number that can help a population increase. The percent juveniles in the harvest was 55% compared to the average of 47%. So again, really good news from sage grouse country for the most part. Our biologists, of course, are out in the middle of nowhere counting leks as we speak, I'm sure. Our sage grouse coordinator, Skylar Vold, just got out of the helicopter. They were surveying the Steens and the Sheep's Head Mountains, and they found 12 new leks, 10 on the Steens, 2 on the Sheep's Head, which is great. And they were also able to confirm some really remote leks that we've never been able to access. So that's all good news from the field, and it is wet out there. Those are the kinds of conditions that our lek observers are encountering in the pictures there. So to get to the point, our recommendation for the controlled sage grouse season this year is a 9-day season. So that would include 2 weekends. From September 6th to the 14th with a season bag limit of 2 sage grouse. We're proposing to initially set permit levels at last year's levels, and then we'll recommend adjustments as needed in August when those lek counts are entered and analyzed. These numbers take into consideration our estimated fall population, hunter success, participation rates, additional stressors on the landscape such as fire, and are calculated to harvest no more than 5% of the estimated fall population for each unit. Typically, our harvest is around 3%, which keeps us well within the natural mortality rate of the bird. Now, there's my final slide. Special seasons. The Commission does consider hunts that fall outside the regular seasons. And so these include our Western Oregon fee pheasant hunts, family pheasant hunting workshops, youth upland bird hunts, and our falconry seasons. So with that, I'm going to wrap it up and hand the mic to my colleague Brandon Reiches, unless you have questions right now.
We'll come. Do you want to go ahead?
Well, just smart aleck comment. This will be the first year I think the commissioners haven't asked, why are we hunting a sensitive species of sage grouse? Why are we shooting them? So, right?
I was going to ask that.
Oh,
So you're not safe yet.
Yeah, we'll get to that. There you go.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair of the Commission, Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Brandon Reiches. I'm the Migratory Game Bird Coordinator for the department, and I'm here today to present the recommendations or proposals for the 2025-26 Migratory Game Bird hunting seasons. Get on the right slide. Okay. So Oregon's blessed with a diversity of migratory game bird resources with 41 regularly occurring species. Most of these are ducks, 27 species to be precise. 6 are geese. Those 6 species of geese are divided into 11 management populations. We have 3 migratory upland game birds, and finally there are 5 migratory game birds, which are commonly found in Oregon, which are non-hunted species. We've just seen that the migratory game bird program is responsible for dozens of species that depend on a variety of habitat, and we work at many different scales with a variety of partners to conserve, restore, and improve those places for these birds. Additionally, as hunted species, there are a variety of programs in place to measure the health of the populations and monitor the harvest. Monitoring of our migratory game bird resources happens in 3 main pillars, and this is true at a national or even continental scale: population survey, banding, and then harvest survey. Each of these programs plays a key role in monitoring our resources, as well as helping us make appropriate harvest management decisions. We can take the monitoring information, the results of which are dependent on habitat conditions, and put it together with the feedback we get from the public into season recommendations, whether these are based on explicit adaptive harvest management protocols, Flyway Council harvest strategies, or just basic monitoring information. We can feel confident that we're making the appropriate recommendation. So on to our recommendations for this coming season, 25-26. An analysis of the available data supports maintaining the harvest opportunities offered in prior seasons, except for the pintail bag limit and goose seasons in the Northwest Permit and Mid-Columbia goose zones. I would note that, like last year, we are proposing that both duck hunting zones open on the same day again, and then this year in the calendar, that would be October 11. So on to the pintail harvest strategy. So pintail are one of the most abundant wintering ducks in the Pacific Flyway, though continental populations were significantly higher in the past. It is believed that past declines were due to changes in the bird's prairie breeding grounds, especially in prairie Canada, where agricultural changes and drier conditions have reduced the abundance of ephemeral wetlands and short grass nesting cover preferred by pintails. Since the 1980s, the population has been relatively stable outside of the normal ebb and flow cycles we see in wildlife populations. As the population declined in the early 80s, managers responded by reducing the bag limit to 1 to 2 birds daily. Later, as formal harvest strategies were implemented, the very restrictive bag limits were maintained, even though managers' understanding of the role of harvest and on-population dynamics was evolving. Many hunters, especially those in the Pacific Flyway, have long been frustrated by the restrictive bag limits on pintails, as in many cases, they are the most numerous species of duck they will see on a given hunt. Managers have also come to understand that harvest within reason typically does not drive population changes for most duck species. Instead, habitat and especially breeding habitat conditions drive population change. Using our latest understanding of pintail population dynamics and cutting-edge analytical methods, the Flyways, working with the Fish and Wildlife Service, recently updated the adaptive harvest management strategy for pintails. This new harvest strategy incorporates over a decade of additional monitoring data and an advanced population model to better inform hunting regulations each year. I would note that I was one of 2 Pacific Flyway Council representatives on the working group that spent the prior 6 years revising this strategy. So the new strategy desires to satisfy a host of objectives. In addition to including an overarching objective of conserving the population into perpetuity, which is the basis for most of our adaptive strategies, there has been increased focus on how regulations impact hunter populations, especially related to retention, recruitment, and reactivation of hunters, or R3. In recognition of this, objectives to minimize regulatory burden and encourage hunter participation were included as explicit objectives in this harvest strategy. So using the new strategy, the available information suggests the appropriate bag limit for the 25-26 season is the 3-bird daily option, which is our recommendation. Nearly all hunter comments we've received support a 3-bird bag limit, though some hunters have suggested that the number of hen pintails allowed should be restricted to less than 3. While we applaud these hunters' conservation mindset, we would note that the harvest strategy strongly suggests that limiting hen harvest will have next to no effect on subsequent pintail populations, would complicate interpretation of model results or model outputs, and would not be conforming to the strategy's objectives of minimizing regulatory burden and encouraging hunter participation. Lastly, the harvest strategy is being implemented on an interim basis, and after 3 years of implementation of a 3-bird limit, the flyways and the service will undertake a full evaluation of the strategy to determine if it's meeting its objectives. Now switching over to geese. After decades of growth and/or high levels of abundance for many North American goose populations, managers are starting to see some populations begin to decline. For Oregon wintering populations, this is most apparent for small or minima cackling geese, Taverner's cackling geese, and dusky Canada geese. After peaking within the past decade at over 300,000 birds, small cackling geese declined to 126,000 last year, and their management index is at a point where the Flyways management plan directs that harvest changes should be made in an attempt to regain the population objective of 250,000. Taverner's geese are the second most abundant wintering goose in the region, and the portion of their population that winters in the region has been declining for some time. Finally, dusky Canada geese, which are close to harvest, have also been declining, though that decline has been more recent. Reasons for these declines are not precisely known, though harvest, highly pathogenic avian influenza, and breeding conditions are all likely playing some role. In response to these declines, federal frameworks for Oregon's Northwest Permit Zone and Washington's Southwest Permit Zone have been significantly reduced. Additionally, other areas of Western Washington and Alaska will see further bag limit decreases. For the permit zones, the bag limit for Canada and cackling geese has been reduced from 3 per day to 2 per day. The maximum season length has been reduced from 107 days to 74 days. And the special exception allowing us to have a late hunt extending all the way to March 10 has been removed, which defaults the latest possible date to hunt Canada and cackling geese to February 15. Based on past harvest patterns, the flyway managers anticipate that these changes will cut harvest by approximately 1/3 from current levels. And while past bag limit restrictions in the permit zones have only targeted small cackling geese, creating a sub-bag limit just for them, we do not believe this is a feasible option with Taverner's cackling geese also declining. So based on the new federal frameworks, staff is recommending, one more slide here. Based on the new federal frameworks, staff is recommending a 74-day regular Canada and cackling goose season with the typical 3-period season structure and a bag limit of 2. However, to incorporate the season length and timing reductions, the second period would be shortened by 1 week, and the third period would be shortened by 2 weeks, and then moved 1 week earlier to ensure it closes by February 15. Because white and white-fronted geese are not affected by this framework and significant numbers of snow geese can be found in the vicinity of Salvi Island, we recommend maintaining the higher bag limits and longer season afforded to them. To maximize their season length, the second period for them would be lengthened by 30 days. Finally, because the regular Canada and cackling goose season has been shortened, the September Canada goose season can be increased to a 15-day hunt. While most commenters are disappointed with the reduction in harvest opportunity for Canada and cackling geese, we receive variable feedback related to season timing. Some hunters would like to see the available goose hunting days overlap with the duck season, or all of them overlap with the duck season, while others and the agricultural community would like to see later hunting days in February or even into March, which of course is not possible under the federal frameworks anymore. In the mid-Columbia goose zone, wintering snow goose numbers have increased over time, and staff have been attempting to satisfy landowner and hunter desires for the timing of the season while maintaining simple and easy to understand regulations. This past year, we requested and were granted a framework change, just simply allowing us to have 3 season segments instead of 2. And this change allows us to align our white and white-fronted goose seasons with the rest of the migratory game or the rest of the waterfowl seasons in that zone. And it's simply a simplification, and it should be easier for hunters to understand. So now moving to the John Day River Refuge. So the department is recommending an expansion to the area of the refuge where all season game bird hunting is allowed. So I've got a map up here that shows the John Day River Refuge. This refuge is a state legislative refuge that has been in place since at least 1933. The boundaries are the John Day River and uplands within 1/4 mile from its banks, from the junction of 30 Mile Creek down there at the bottom, all the way up to the mouth of the Columbia. Previous commission action has allowed all game birds to be hunted during authorized seasons from 30 Mile Creek down to Rock Creek, which is about 2/3 of the way up there, it's pointed out. So the blue section, current regulations allow hunting of all game birds during authorized seasons. Below Rock Creek, only upland game birds can be hunted, and only during September and October. The recommendation is to expand the area that all game birds could be hunted down to Tumwater Falls. And so that's the area in yellow. So yellow is currently upland only and only September and October. And the proposal is to move that to blue, like the balance of the refuge to the south. We've received very little public comment on this proposal, though the Oregon Hunters Association does support it. Finally, onto department lands, we have one administrative rule that we're proposing for change at the Klamath Wildlife Area. So at Klamath Wildlife Area, the staff and law enforcement have recently responded to some incidents where open fires in area parking lots have escaped. Allowing open fires increases wildfire threat to the wildlife area as well as adjacent private lands. And to address this issue, staff are recommending rule changes that would prohibit open fires at Klamath Wildlife Area. With that, the last slide is our staff recommendations, which are to adopt as policy the 2025-2030 Oregon Upland Game Bird Hunting Season Framework, and then adopt the regulations for the 2025-26 game bird hunting seasons as proposed by staff and in the listed divisions.
Thank you. You always feel like you know what you're doing and you're sort of smart until you try to make sure you understand everything you just said. And not sure, even after this many years, I'm not sure I get it all, but thank you. Commissioners, do you have questions now? And then we have several people who would like to testify. Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I have lots. I will wait for the testimony. But just quickly, this Klamath Wildlife Area, why in the world are we talking about that during game bird regulations?
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, good and fair question. There has been a history of the amount of overlap in the wildlife area regulations and our game bird program, such that that's oftentimes just where we address a lot of our wildlife area rules. Otherwise, we wouldn't have we don't have a standalone time of year in which we come forward with our wildlife area rules. So we usually have those bundled up with the game bird program.
Oh, okay. So it's not because they're particularly hunting birds. I mean, I guess they could. But,
Correct. You are correct. This is just an opportunity where we usually open up Division 8 to touch on a lot of those topics that just have to have, of all the things, there's a lot of overlap with the game bird program.
Got it. Thank you. I have lots of other questions, including comments that this cut of the season hurts me to my soul, but I will listen to some of the other testimony and we'll talk about all of that later.
Any other initial questions? I'll save mine until after as well. And we have several people who would, thank you very much. We have several people to testify. The first one is online, Matt Alford. And just so you know who's coming next, Galen List, Worth Mathewson, Roger Lindquist, Mike Toady, and Tyler Dungannon. So if we could have Matt first, and then if the next three would be ready, Galen, Worth, and Roger. So Matt?
Hi there.
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Chair Wall, Vice Chair, members of the Commission, and Director Colbert, thanks for this opportunity to provide comments. My name is Matt Alford. I live near Gaston, Oregon. I'm an avid turkey hunter, and I just wanted to join today to say thank you for the proposed changes to the fall turkey regulations. It's long been aggravating to me that in the fall I had to choose between Western tags and Eastern tags for the depredation hunts. I have traveled from my home in Washington County to Grant County for several years to hunt turkeys in the fall. It's a long drive. It's 5 hours one way. It's rather expensive. And a couple things I wanted to say about that is thanks for putting together these beardless turkey hunts. Some of these ranches have literally thousands of birds on them in the winter, and they're just eating the ranchers out of house and home. So I know the ranchers appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity for the wild game meat. And thanks for all you do for the hunters and for the turkeys.
Thank you. And we appreciate your brevity. Thank you very much. Then Galen List and Worth Matheson and Roger Lindquist, if the three of you could come up. Is Roger still here? Maybe we outlasted people. Yes. We'll keep watching for it though. Thank you. Welcome. And if you will introduce yourself and then go right ahead.
Well, thank you, commissioners and director, for being able to listen to my ideas on the Harlequin duck. My name is Worth Mathewson. I'm from Salem. I have recently retired from Delta Waterfowl as 20 years of their field editor. And my wife and I were both very pleased. 2 weeks ago, Delta awarded us the gold membership to Delta Waterfowl, which is their highest award. And they awarded that to us because we've been very instrumental in acquiring waterfowl nesting areas in Manitoba. I've had a long career in writing. I've written for 43 different magazines, including Natural Geographic. I've authored 9 books. 3 of them, one was on Oregon's William L. Finley that was published by Oregon State University Press. I wrote a book on band-tailed pigeons, and I wrote a book on snipe. The other books were, of the 9 that I wrote, were on bird hunting. I've also compiled 10 additional books. I'm the individual that donated the Brandt decoy collection that you have in your Salem office. And director, I hear that you have the Fisher in your office, the mounted Fisher that I also gifted the department. Yeah. I would like to talk to you about harlequins. I wrote all of you a letter a couple of months ago expressing my concern that even a one bird limit on harlequins is not enough to protect our Oregon harlequins. To give you a very rough down what Washington did with their harlequins, they once had a 7-bird limit, which they reduced to 1 per day, and then reduced it to 1 per season. But the problem they were running into was the harlequin is a unusual waterfowl species. It is exceedingly desirable for people that want to kill one of every species. And of course, that drake is just an absolute knockout plumage bird. So it's very popular as a mounted bird. And what they found out in Washington, that the guides that were guiding for harlequin hunts were getting clients from all over the United States. They're selling their days out. And there was one guide that was averaging 70 harlequins a season due to his clients. So what Washington did, they closed down the season in 2022, 23, and this year they've decided they're going to allow 38 harlequins to be shot on a permit drawing. So they've opened it up on a very limited basis in Washington. Understand that Washington has many more harlequins than the state of Oregon does. Approximately 20 years ago, Dr. Robert Jarvis at Oregon State at the Wildlife School had 3 graduate students working on harlequins. And Bob and I were best hunting buddies for many, many years, and he still comes up to visit my wife and I periodically. And he was up a month or so ago, and I asked him, I said, Bob, when you had your graduate student working, what do you think the probably total population of Oregon harlequins were? And he kind of shrugged his shoulder and said, well, maybe 1,000, maybe a few more than 1,000. Well, I've had 60 years of bird watching, avid bird watching. I've seen 554 North American species. I've spent a tremendous amount of time on the coast in harlequin habitat. I'm also an avid duck hunter. And I've got a gut feeling, just a gut feeling, that the population of Oregon harlequins is probably below 1,000 birds. And I personally know one individual who targets harlequins. He takes his buddies and what have you, and he searches out harlequins and they bag them. I also heard from a Delta member down at Roseburg that there's 2 fellows down there that also target harlequins. So it's a bird that's going to attract a lot of attention to a limited number of people. But I honestly feel that we don't have enough harlequins in the state of Oregon to even consider allowing any to be shot. Incidentally, the harlequin on the East Coast has been protected for 50 years, 60 years. It's been totally protected bird, as it should have been. So I'm hoping the commission and Brandon here, who doesn't always agree with me, Brandon and I are good friends. I hope the commission will just decide that, no, we really don't need to shoot any harlequins in the state of Oregon, because as it stands now in the lower 48, there's only 2 states that have them, Oregon and Washington. And if a hunter wanted to get one bad enough, there are a scat of them in British Columbia and even more in Alaska. They could go, like some of the guys go, to get the king eiders up into the Arctic. They could get their harlequins easy enough. They don't need to shoot our birds here in Oregon. So I hope that the commission members will agree to totally protect the harlequin in Oregon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Questions, commissioners? And I don't see, thank you.
Okay.
I don't see questions. I appreciate it. And we did see your letter earlier. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you very much.
And for the displays that you sent. Roger Lindquist? I don't, he was here earlier on a different topic. Then we're going to go to Mike Toady and Tyler Dungannon. If you'll introduce yourselves, and you each have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission, Director Colbert, Mike Tootie. I'm the Conservation Director with the Oregon Hunters Association. We submitted some comments earlier in writing, and I just wanted to reiterate and touch on just a couple of those things. First off, just to share and acknowledge that the department and the commission through these federal frameworks have just done a great job of really trying to maintain and maximize those hunting opportunities. From that, one could look at it and see that waterfowl hunting regulations are perhaps the most complex hunting regulation we have in Oregon in terms of bag limits, season dates, and the like. And so understanding that is a challenge at times. So my comments today here will be specifically around the Northwest Oregon permit zone there and the changes that are going on. As we saw, if we look across the 5 goose zones in Oregon, the Northwest zone is already the most limited. It has typically the shortest season. It has the smallest bag limits. It has restricted shooting hours. And then on top of that, if you want to hunt geese in Northwest Oregon, you have to take and pass a goose identification test and then buy an additional permit for that. So the bar is already set pretty high for that. Most of that is specifically around protecting one subspecies, the dusky Canada goose. We feel like as a hunting population, we've done a pretty good job of that. So now we're introducing some other things from these population declines that Brandon shared earlier. So first comment there that our perspective is just a little different than the recommendation in front of you is around how we're going to address this season. So we know already that we're going to reduce an already short season by another third about to 74 days. From our perspective, we'd just like to see that season open in early November and run continuously for those 74 days rather than open, close it, and then open it again. So that's one comment that we shared in our letter. The other has to do around with this reduced bag limit, and I appreciate Commissioner King's comment earlier on that. I feel the same pain there. And so this is directly in response, according to the framework that I read from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service around the cackling Canada goose and those population declines, and somewhat on the taverners as well. And so we feel like we'd like to really see in the conversation looking at basically expanding and at the very least holding the goose limit in Northwest Oregon to 3, but expanding it to 4, similar to 4 of the other, at least 3 of the other goose zones in Oregon. I believe one's at 6 still, but if we hold that at 4 and then just basically have a sublimit of 2 cackling Canada geese, and that would give us that opportunity to expand. We heard a couple of things here earlier as Michael and Brandon were both talking. One was kind of, they used the word self-limiting, and basically when bird populations or hunting opportunities get so low, sooner or later folks are going to start kind of dropping off of that. And that kind of touches back to what Brandon talked about with, if you have a really decreased opportunity, you're going to start addressing those R3 concerns there too, with recruiting hunters into the future as well. So with that, those are our comments around specifically to that Northwest zone. I would like to respectfully just disagree with the gentleman before you here around harlequin ducks there. We do have limited populations, but we really don't have information on that. And to just speculate and say we should close the season without having that data behind it, I don't think Oregon Hunters Association would agree with that at all. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Go ahead, Tyler.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Unlike my boss, I'll stay within my time.
And we will note that for the record.
Excellent. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Colbert, my name is Tyler Dungannon. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Oregon Hunters Association. And I'm going to talk on the upland side of things. Appreciate the presentation there by Michael. And I'll start by saying that we do support our 2026 proposals on the upland side, and we support the 2025 to 2030 framework as well. We do have some concerns. The first concern here is around turkeys, right? We are living in potentially the golden age of turkeys and opportunity for turkeys. But other states have seen this too. right? Other states in the Midwest had this big boom in population, and now they're facing serious declines. States like Oklahoma and Kansas and other Midwestern states, and definitely Eastern states. So maybe we're in that position too. So it may not always be as glorious as it is right now. That being said, we really appreciate that ODFW is using hunters to address damage on private lands. We continue to do that. We continue to support that. We continue to support the beerless turkey permit because it's a targeted approach to address damage on private lands. As I said, year after year after year, we don't want to see declines in turkey populations that predominantly use public lands. We don't want to see declines in the number of males available to hunters in the spring on public lands. So we're asking to stick to this 5-year framework here until we have the data that show that these changes that we've made over the last several years to really expand hunting opportunity are not having a negative impact on the number of males available to hunters on public lands and turkey populations as a whole on public lands. Again, we're supporting the beerless turkey permit because that is that targeted approach, but we don't feel like there should be any expansion in the general fall turkey season until such time that we have data to show that these sweeping changes that we've made over the last several years are not having that negative impact on our populations and on our hunting opportunity, particularly for that coveted spring opportunity. And that's all I'll say on sage grouse, but, that's all I'll say on turkeys. And then I'll talk about sage grouse here. Obviously, OHA supports continued conservative harvest of greater sage grouse. This is a coveted opportunity that many of our members enjoy. But also, we want to make sure that we're thinking about hunters when we're discussing the timing of our temp rules and the changes coming down from ODFW once the LEC surveys and the data are compiled. We want to make sure that hunters have the ability to adjust their applications based on those changes, whether they be wildfires or whether they be poor LEC surveys that are changing those numbers. It's important that hunters have time to be able to make those adjustments because, again, it is a coveted opportunity and we want folks to have that. So I did stay within my time. If you have any questions or wanted to clarify anything, I'd appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
I just have one quick fact question. On the beardless, you said yes to hunting, but don't expand, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying there. Thank you, Chair Wall. We support the beerless turkey permit, and we want the districts to have the flexibility to address damage on private lands. So that's not part of the framework. When I'm saying stick to the framework, I'm really just talking about that general fall season there, and districts should have the ability to expand that beerless turkey permit where they're experiencing damage.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions? Thank you both.
Thank you so much.
Let's have staff come back up. It sounds like we have a couple commissioners that have several questions, and I don't see hands up yet. Go ahead, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And thank you guys for your presentation. I always check in with these two and kind of get the little preview presentation before we have the full one. They always indulge me. I always ask lots of questions. So thank you for that. And also thank you, Brandon, for rocking not just one, but 2 lapel pins. You're giving Marine Division a run for their money. So what are they? I see one is a turkey. What is happening?
One is just a generic duck, and the other one is the goose I've had for a long time. I actually tried to find a pintail pin since we were doing the pintail change, but I could not find one that satisfied me, so I got a generic duck.
Well, thank you. And
Scarce.
That's right, they're scarce. And of course, I know, Michael, you got your turkey feather as always. And so I understand what is happening with the reduction, like why, because we had that session and you really did explain it quite well. And I'm understanding why we have to reduce the numbers that we do. Because the population that is under threat, particularly the cacklers, the taverners and the minima, that too. But could you explain a little bit for the record and for everyone else, like Why can't we simply keep the number and say, let people go after the big Westerners, make sure they only get the 2 cacklers, and, then we don't have to reduce it to 2, because I think that's what's got everybody like so queasy, is that number is so small. So I'll let you answer that.
Yes, Chair Wall, Commissioner King. So when the Flyway was developing our recommendations for frameworks based on the population status information that we received last summer, we certainly did consider the sub bag limit option. And so for everybody on the commission, that was the case from 2004 up until about 2011 or 12, where the bag limit was 4 Canada or cackling geese per day, but only 2 could be the minima cackling geese. Minima cackling geese are our small cackling geese, the most common ones that winter in the valley. They are very easy to differentiate from the other birds, and you can put a very clear-cut regulatory definition so a sub-bag limit is enforceable. Taverners are kind of your next step up in body size, and unfortunately, they don't have any clear-cut definition because the next subspecies grades right into them size dimorphically. And it continues on all the way up to our large resident Western Canada geese. So in light of the fact that it wasn't just cacklers that had seen the decline, that also taverners had seen this long-term decline, we knew the bag limit had to apply to both of them. And then also to try to sub-bag limit those out would be a challenge just writing a regulation, as well as that they're the 2 most common. So they're going to be the 2 that are most commonly encountered by hunters in the field. And so by having a sub-bag limit, you kind of create 2 bonus geese. You can get your 2 regular ones that you're most likely going to encounter, and then you can search for 2 extras. And the fear that the flyway managers had in thinking about a regulation like that those 2 extras would put dusky Canada geese in further jeopardy. Dusky Canadas, because of their vocal, how they sound, are most likely to be confused with the Western Canada geese vocally, not necessarily by appearance, but certainly in behavior and vocally. And so for that reason, since knowing that would probably be the next step up, we chose to implement the frameworks or propose the frameworks of just 2 period for the upcoming season in both Oregon and Washington's permit zones.
Okay. And so what you're saying, kind of in summary, you're saying that we have so many species under threat and we can't really differentiate them that well that we'll just make it 2 across the board. Is that basically what we're saying?
Fair statement.
Okay. And do we know yet, are we getting a sense of why? Because all 3 of those species, like you can see the graphs in the presentation. I mean, they're just going straight down. And is it what's happening up in the Arctic, up in Canada? What is exactly going wrong with them, or do we know?
We don't have any firm ideas, any firm information right now. We do have some hypotheses, and likely it's related to harvest to some degree. Harvest, since we made the changes to get rid of the check stations in 2015, has been very high. In some years, our estimates were exceeding 20,000 cackling geese and about 30,000 geese overall in the Northwest Permit Zone. So it's a fairly high goose harvest, and that's just in Oregon's permit zone. Most of them do winter here. Avian influenza, highly pathogenic avian influenza, has been on the scene now for 3 fall-winter cycles for these birds. Every year, as the birds, the cacklers specifically, as they arrive on the winter grounds, come about mid-October, there are dead and sick cacklers scattered throughout the Willamette Valley. We have no firm count on that. We do pick up in a few places, and we know this many here, but they are scattered everywhere, and it's certainly in the thousands of geese. It's mostly affecting the young of the year birds. But that is almost certainly having a downward, it's an extra stressor that these birds haven't had to deal with as far as a mortality source in the past. And then third, it's likely something is going on their breeding grounds. And so these cacklers and taverners, for the most part, nest in Western Alaska on the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. We're also seeing white-fronted geese. White-fronted geese are still very abundant in the flyway, but they are declining, still above their population goal, mostly winter in California. they're declining. Emperor geese, which nest with them, are also declining. They winter in Alaska. So we've got populations that winter in different areas that are also in similar population trajectories, suggesting that something probably is going on related to recruitment of geese on the breeding grounds, whether that's long-term climate impacts that may be impacting the ability for those birds or their nesting success is difficult to say. It could be just a more, 5 or 6 year cycle that might reverse itself. We don't know there, but likely it's a combination of all three factors which are impacting populations for these birds right now.
Okay. My final question is, we had a similar scenario with the Marine Division when I think we went down to 2 rockfish, but then they said you could also fish for this other one to kind of just balance it out. Because what I'm concerned about is this, what Mike mentioned is like this encouraging hunter participation. When the numbers get so low, it's just not worth it. Like, and that's kind of, I think we're getting very close to that with only 2 geese. Like people just won't bother, or, they'll just completely not hunt them and just hunt ducks instead, or just whatever. And I'm wondering, like with what we have with the snows, like you can still kill, 20 or something. I mean, it's a ginormous amount. Is there a way to kind of balance that out and say, hey, the Canada geese are really low, but we give you this other option, so to kind of make it worth people's while, because you don't want to lose people. I think that's what just makes me kind of sad is like, does it become worth it? Are we going to lose people that say like, this is just a waste?
Yeah. Chair Wall, Commissioner King, we certainly recognize that the restrictive frameworks that are now in place could impact, it impacts hunter opportunity, and therefore could impact if a hunter chooses to go into the field or not, or chooses to go multiple times. That is part of the reduction. We understand that will happen, and that will help get at our harvest reduction. Related to the snow geese, we have essentially through our proposal decoupled Canada goose and then the Canada and cackling, and then the white and white-fronted goose seasons from each other. In the Northwest Permit Zone, we have not previously done that. We have done it in Eastern Oregon, where we desire to have some late season hunts on the overabundant white geese and high white-fronted populations. But now with the reduction in days for Canada and cackling geese, that leaves 30 days on the table for snow geese, or principally snow geese, because that's what we have. It's also white fronts, but we winter very few white fronts. So if we didn't have a lot of white geese, we'd probably just say it's just a 74 goose season, because any extra opportunity would be hollow. But in this case, because we do have a fairly large flock of snow geese at Sauvie Island, that extra opportunity is not hollow, and so we are offering that 30 days. That's, it's for white and white-fronted geese, but it is a snow goose opportunity, and it'll mostly be at Sauvie, since most of that flock winters there.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. King. Commissioner Labhart. And then I have a few questions after that.
Okay, so I'm going to be a while. Oops. So I'm going to be a while, as you probably know. So first of all, I'm going to take the easy one first. I think I'm going to try to solve the Harlequin duck issue. Yeah, I'm going to try to solve it once and for all. Here we go. So I spent an hour with staff. I've spent an hour with OHA and done some research. But so just for the start, let's start with Harlequins. Here's the staff response, and I won't credit it's not me speaking now, it's staff. It says, Commissioner Labhart, you are correct. We are not proposing any changes to waterfowl regulations for Harlequin duck. Harlequin duck winter along the rocky seashores in Oregon. The majority of the Harlequin duck habitat cannot be hunted because the entire coastline from the vegetation line to the max low tide is in the Oregon Shores Recreation Area, which is closed to hunting. The ocean is rarely calm enough to hunt open waters from a boat. At times, Harlequins move into bays, which provides only meaningful opportunity to try and take a Harlequin in Oregon. Staff have generally not been concerned with harvest of Harlequins, given the minimal opportunity to target them in this state. The situation in Washington is much different because of the Puget Sound and inland passages. These semi-protected waters offer much more opportunity to take harlequins than exists in Oregon. Washington had a 1 harlequin per year bag limit and desired to further limit harvest, but didn't have the mechanism to do so. As a result, they closed the harlequin harvest for 2 years, beginning in 22-23 season. After 2 years, harvest was reopened under a controlled hunt drawing format for the 24-25 season with 38 permits. We are hearing that Washington is planning to increase the permits for the 25-26 season. The closure of Washington season led to concerns from some members of the public that hunters would be displaced from Washington and the harlequin harvest in Oregon would increase. We began surveying our sea duck permit holders beginning in 2022-23 season to gauge the level of harlequin harvest. In 2023, we extrapolated the results from a completed surveys and estimated 23 harlequins were harvested. That is the year that we know at least one group of hunters that were likely displaced from Washington were successful hunting in Tillamook Bay. For the 2023-24 season, we estimate 9 harlequins in Oregon based on the extrapolation of survey responses. As you know, a harlequin sub-bag limit of 1 bird per day was initiated in 24-25 season. At that time, staff expressed concerns that drawing attention to harlequin could result in increasing effort. However, the majority of the harlequin habitat would remain largely unhuntable due to a shoreline closure and ocean conditions in the winter. For the 2024-25 season, we estimate harvest of 13 harlequin, which is not significantly higher than the estimate for 23-24. So, summary, given the low harvest estimate for the last 2 years, the lack of areas to hunt harlequin in Oregon, and the hunting opportunity that will exist in Washington, staff is not proposing any changes harlequin seasons in Oregon. Happy to discuss if you would like further. So, is that a fair statement? Okay, so I think that solves the harlequin issue. I hope that I would agree with what staff's proposing. We're not going to go out and wipe out this species, and we don't need to get down to 0. So I spent about an hour with the OHA folks on ducks and upland game birds. So I have some comments and questions there for staff regarding their testimony. And then I was quite impressed that I of course read the letters. The Oregon Seed Council letter was particularly interesting to me too. They tend to argue for a harvest later in the season because that's when the majority of the geese and stuff has potentially affecting them, because that's when they seed and fertilize and those kind of things. Correct? Is that okay? So trying to think which to start with. Either let's start with turkeys. So Tyler is concerned about, if I'm fair in his comments, is we've got this test, if you will, for 5 years, right? We're testing this for 5 years, and we have a situation where we have significant damage resulting from turkeys on mostly private property. And so we have instituted some temporary pilot program measures to try to address that concern on mostly private property. And the question arises, if are we potentially, or do we even know if we're over harvesting on private property, because they may be there during a certain time of the year, let's say the winter, and then they migrate back up into public land or up into the forest to breed and lay their eggs and raise their young. And do we know if we're over harvesting just right or not over harvesting? So I see you nodding your head, yes. So I'm still on the right track. That's good. So his comment is that maybe we ought to be a little bit more cautious in some areas about the amount of birds that we're harvesting, because we don't know yet the results of this potential pilot program or survey about how to harvest that. So he's arguing, I think, if I'm correct, see if I get a head nod here, that we're okay with this next year, but maybe 27, we ought to take a pause in 27 and say, okay, we've got about 3 years worth of data now. Are we on track or are we not on track? So, and I know we aren't debating 27 yet, but is that okay? So does he have a point there that we should kind of pause it? You go this year with what we've got planned, but take a little harder look at 27 and say, okay, what's our data show us for moving forward? Thoughts, Michael, or?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, there's two things going on with Tyler's comments, and so first he wanted to talk about the fall turkey season specifically, not the beardless. The fall turkey season lives in the framework, and the framework is good for 5 years, and so he's asking us to stop monkeying with the fall seasons and make sure that. Those are
testing.
Monkeying. So that we do understand the effects of all of the changes, because we have been making annual changes to the general fall season pretty much every year. And then regarding the beardless season, which is not part of the framework, like you said, it's a pilot study. That season definitely has the potential to reduce populations because we are removing breeding females from the population. And the John Day District deserves credit because they have been proactive on that front in terms of counting their wintering turkeys before the beardless and after the beardless season to see what kind of impact the season is having. And Ryan Platt, he's the assistant district biologist up there. He's actually really sharp with modeling, and we're writing a paper together actually on this. And right now, from the information we have, his models suggest that we would need to harvest upwards of 30% of our females to have any impact on that population, and we're nowhere near that. And so there seems to be very little that's limiting this population because their production is so high.
So we're actually increasing production if we aren't taking 30%.
The irony of all of this is that sometimes when you remove a bunch of birds from a population, you can stimulate production because of density dependence. And so by removing birds, you're actually creating more room for females to nest and more effort. There's more resources per bird. And so we did see that when we removed, when we were doing more trapping and we were removing birds from the population, that our production rates went up. And so it's a little bit insidious how these population dynamics work. You make more room in the population, they produce more birds.
So how about regarding his comments about we stick to the 5-year framework and refrain from proposing additional regulations for increasing fall turkey harvest in 2027?
So again, what he's asking that we don't make changes to the fall turkey and make sure that we stick to the framework. So the framework that we're approving now, that we stick to that for the next 5 years. And I respect that comment, and I want to both be adaptable, but also make sure that we that we understand how the changes are affecting our populations. And he's right that as it's marching from east to west, turkey populations are declining. Those populations are having a really difficult time producing chicks for a lot of different reasons: feral hogs, fire ants, hurricanes and tornadoes, and all kinds of things that happen, in the Midwest. But even the Black Hills lost their turkeys and had a huge decline. And so a lot of states are getting rid of their fall turkey seasons. And so he's right, we're still in our golden years here when it comes to turkeys. I know a lot of people get frustrated with them, but it's also a really wonderful opportunity that just takes a lot of active management.
So dumb question. So do turkeys get bird flu?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, they do. They're highly susceptible to it. And so they're not carriers. It will kill them. They probably not survive being exposed to bird flu. And so the only places that we've really seen this happening is where turkeys might be mixing with waterfowl in a wet area. So waterfowl tend to be the carriers. Sorry, Brandon. But we've never seen an outbreak with turkeys just because they really don't share that much habitat with waterfowl.
Okay, so I'm speaking for Brian a little bit here, so it could be dangerous. So my concern is when we have these damage hunts, how do we try to get the hunters to the damage hunts? And because I talked to a biologist about that with elk damage hunts, and the biologist says, well, I can tell you where to go, but I can't give you a name of anybody because I can't legally do that. And so, well, how's the person going to know who to contact if you can't find a name? And so Brian mentioned, I think, Brian, I'm looking at him now, he said, well, this hunt by reservation system that we are, quote, testing, that it might have an opportunity to do more of that, because then that rancher, farmer, whatever, if he's got a turkey problem of 1,000 turkeys on his place and wants to get rid of some of them. So are we exploring that with turkeys too? Okay, we are.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, the impetus for the hunt by reservation system was wild turkeys.
It was, okay.
Yeah, that's why we started it in the first place. But it's mostly been confined to the Willamette Valley, pairing up hunters with landowners who were experiencing damage, but didn't want to deal with a cascade of phone calls. If the district was giving out their name, they would get inundated because there's way more hunters than landowners, right? Who are available, and hunters are really struggling for a place to hunt, especially in the valley because it's all private land. So that's why we started the program in the first place. And we would love to see that get going over in the John Day Valley. And we what's limiting is the landowner's willingness to participate in that program. And that, it's like how much if it depends on their trust level with the public, with our public hunters. And so we're working on it. And, we harvested nearly 400 birds off of private land in the John Day Valley this winter. And so landowners are getting used to this concept as we back away from doing the trap and transplant. Okay. And we're saying, nope, we're hunting these birds. We're not trapping them. So it's a process.
Okay, thank you. I'm moving to ducks now. So Brandon, I can't thank you enough for the time you spent with me, getting me indoctrinated here. So the question that's been raised, and I think Dr. King may have talked about it too, but open, closed, open, closed, open, closed, confusing potentially. Why not just have open, close, and then do the regulations in between there? So help me understand that rationale for open, then we're closed, open, closed, open, closed.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. So when it comes to Northwest permit goose season, the evolution was, when in the mid 80s, we had very few geese wintering here. I wouldn't say very few, but a much smaller number. And geese do cause significant agricultural damage. They are grazers. They're looking for green grass, and the Willamette Valley has that in spades, as well as the North Coast and some areas on the Lower Columbia, and certainly other areas of the state as well. And so they can cause damage to those crops at really any portion of the wintering period, which for our geese begins roughly October 1. All the way until they migrate, which is about right now. We've probably had some white-fronted geese going over the top of us right now, probably some Aleutians moving off coast, and the cacklers will be moving in about 10 days. And so we could hunt those birds from about that October 1 to March 10. That's the deadline, hard and fast in the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. You can't have a hunting season after that. And so as cacklers started wintering in the valley and that season kind of really took form in the 1990s, we desired, along with the agricultural community, to spread out that hunting season as much as possible to allow them to use those hunters as a tool to try to mitigate damage throughout the wintering time frame. That hunting time frame now, of course, has been reduced a little bit. And so we lost March 10, and we're at February 15 now as the maximum ending date. And in our priorities there, as far as helping the landowners out with having a goose season spread out as much as possible, haven't changed. We still want to allow the landowners to use those hunters as a tool at times of the year when they're having these damage issues. It's about February 1, maybe even January 20th, and we can all maybe just see it in our front lawns as our grasses really start to grow, right? I don't have to mow my lawn really in November and December, but come late January, maybe about Super Bowl time, is about when I first got to mow the lawn. Well, the agricultural grasses are doing the same thing. They are just starting to grow, and they're taking their nutrient reserves and putting those into growth, as well as their seed growth that'll be coming on, in maybe March and April. If they're grazed then, that's likely to have the most yield impact on those crops is in that February and March timeframe. Unfortunately, we've lost March, but we still do at least have part of February. And so the department wants to continue to offer that period type system where we can have at least a late hunt in that. And so we maintained our short early first period for consistency. That also helps allow some harvest on those birds just as they're arriving. Then the bulk of the season in December, January, a little bit of November, when the duck season is open as well, and then that later hunt. So that's why we've proposed that three period season, or that's why we've proposed it in the past, and why we're continuing to do so.
So most duck and geese hunters have to take a class, right? Identification class.
Goose hunters in the Northwest Permit Zone need to take an identification class.
And so the argument could be made is, they can tell the difference between this goose and this goose, and so why? I'm still struggling.
Yeah. So, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, certainly our hunters have been instructed in how to identify the various subspecies of geese, and like I mentioned earlier, we have been able to, in the past, draw a line in the sand that this is a cackler, and it's very simple. Based on their Coleman measurement. So OSP in the field, they can take that measurement. They can feel confident about if they have to write a citation that it could hold up. Dusky Canada geese also have a legal definition so that is enforceable. And there it's, again, a Coleman measurement, and then they're judging with a color chart the color of the breast feathers relative to other birds. Gets a little more dicey, but we still feel confident that citations could be written on that if needed be. When we look at Taverner's geese, if we were to specifically say, let's put a sub-baglet on Taverner's, there is no way that I'm aware of to draw a line in the sand and say this is a Taverner and this is a lesser Canada goose. In our check stations, we lump them. In the past, we used an arbitrary measurement. I'll be honest, it was arbitrary and really meant nothing. For the last 10 years of our check stations, we lumped them entirely. We have trained biologists in the field that there's no way they could tell those birds apart, dead or alive, in their hand. They are that similar. So you couldn't just have a sub-bag limit on Taverner's geese. It becomes enforceable. You'd be including a whole lot of other geese. And as soon as you start to include those whole lot of other geese, like I mentioned earlier, there is no nice break point. You're just all the way up to Western Canada geese at that point. Duskies, we can do that because they're dark. They're really the only dark ones. And even in that dusky definition, it's going to include some birds that biologically aren't. I'm not aware that we could write a regulation to then say Taverners would be their own, along with maybe cacklers, be their own separate bag. I think it would be impossible to draw that line. It would be an arbitrary line. And it would be really difficult to enforce because now you're asking a hunter to judge Coleman length in flight, and you can't release. They're not fish. We can't release them once they're in hand. They're dead.
Yeah. Okay. I think, yeah, I've taken up too much time here. The E.E. Wilson Wildlife Area change. The OHA would like to see goose hunting allowed on E.E. Wilson Wildlife Area where it's currently prohibited at a minimum special early Canada and Gackling goose season in September. It would add consistency to the current regulations to Fern Ridge in the same area. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, so Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, that's a bit of an oversight in our regulations. So at least for the special September Canada goose hunt, E.E. Wilson is open. Just in our write-ups in our wildlife areas in the back of our regs, we specifically re-emphasize that Fern Ridge is open, and we didn't re-emphasize that for E.E. Wilson, but it is. It is not closed for the September season, and we will do a better job in our publishing of our regulations this year to point out that it re-emphasize that it is. But people can hunt geese during the September goose season at E.E. Wilson. All of our wildlife areas in the Willamette Valley, Sauvie Island, E.E. Wilson, and Fern Ridge are closed to Canada and cackling geese during the regular goose season because of the dusky issue and so on and so forth. With the white goose, snow goose wintering flock at Sauvie is open to snow geese. We're pretty confident hunters can make that tell a snow goose from other geese and being a nice white bird. So we have that open for 10 years maybe now, where the wildlife area hunters can shoot snow geese. But all public lands in the Willamette Valley, or the managed public lands, refuges, and wildlife areas are being closed to goose hunting for a long time because of the duskies.
Okay. Last is this will be my promise. Okay. The seed council letter asking for, the later the better because of the issues I talked about. What answer reply to that?
Yeah. So Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, we certainly recognized that when the frameworks restricted the latest hunting date to April 15, that was likely not to be popular. Going through the flyway deliberations, both at my level, the technical committee, as well as Bernadette's level on the Pacific Flyway Council, we both reiterated to our counterparts in our other states, as well as the Fish and Wildlife Service, that we knew and that we knew that our landowners and some of our hunters, as well as ourselves, we valued that opportunity to use hunters as a tool in March. That argument did not win the day in the frameworks. That exception was taken away. So we went on record of saying that we wanted to keep it that way. We knew that the agriculture community certainly wanted to keep it, and the Seed Council just expressed that in their letter.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you
for taking so much time.
No, that's great. I have 3 quick questions and then 1 comment. The first one is for you, Brandon. The pintails, increasing the harvest for opportunity, I get that. And evaluating in 3 years makes sense. Is there any monitoring in between to know if we're having an effect or is it only at the end of the 3 years?
Chair Wall, there is extensive monitoring annually for these birds. So every year, cross our fingers, the Fish and Wildlife Service does their breeding population survey across the continent. States and the Fish and Wildlife Service are banding these birds every year in fairly large numbers. And then the adaptive harvest management, I don't want to make it seem like we just set it and forget it. We are annually taking a look. We just, throughout that pintail process, not even all the flyways were quite on board. In some flyways where pintails aren't abundant, they like the 3 wasn't a big deal to them because their hunters would rarely reach it. And so we, as a flyways in the service, as part of our strategy, we said, okay, we know that some people are maybe a little uncomfortable, and we're just going to reiterate that after 3 years, we will do the full deep dive. But certainly in between, we are paying attention.
That's useful to know. Thank you. On the with all due respect to the Harlequin answer that we got, which I do, I don't disagree with, but can you sync it up with what the person that wrote the books, Worth Matheson, said?
I guess, can you clarify the question?
Yeah, it sounds like we have a testimony and letter that was pretty adamant that the Harlequins we can have people come in here and bring, guide and go after them as trophies, and that can wipe them out pretty fast. And we have others saying you can't get at them in Oregon, so don't worry about it. I know I'm short-circuiting the real answer, but make those two make sense together if you can.
Yeah, so Chair Wall, we do know that in one instance in the 2022 season now, I believe, that we had a displaced guide and some hunters come down to Tillamook Bay. That is the only instance that I'm aware of that there's been a true kind of guided type situation. I have no doubt that there are a handful of waterfowl hunters in Oregon who have the expertise that they could take friends or things out to maybe harvest a harlequin for them. But we are at the edge really of the harlequins, both breeding and wintering range, and it is the wintering range is a narrow strip of coastal rocky habitat. So from a guiding situation, I would speculate that guides, if they were trying to make a living on it, would have a difficult time because the frequency of encountering these birds in an area that's huntable would be quite minimal. And so that does help, I think, dissuade any type of a true guiding operation, which is not the case in Washington. They had 5 or 6 or 7 or more commercial guides were going for those birds on an annual basis. That was at a time when our regulations at times said you could have 7 per day. They were just a duck, and we still weren't seeing it except in that one case of the displaced guide.
Actually, that's useful. Thank you. Last question, and I think this is yours, Michael. If I heard you right, the reason for not hunting turkeys on public is that could drive them onto private. Is it also the case that if you don't hunt them on public, they supply the private, so they just keep the numbers up anyway? Or is that not a rational way of thinking?
Chair Wall, turkeys are kind of an elevational migrant. So in the wintertime, they come down to lower elevations. And in Oregon, that's where the water is, and that tends to be where the private land is, because those were the areas that were homesteaded, and so it's by default those turkeys tend to winter on private land because they're at the lower elevations, and so a lot of our public land is higher in elevation, and that's where the spring tom hunters are right now, is on public land. After the birds have left the valley, the hens like to go up high to nest, and so our spring public land opportunity is really excellent in Oregon, and so what we want to do is keep track of basically the hunter success in the springtime and make sure that the effort that they're putting forth we keep track of their efforts. So if it takes a lot more work to get a turkey in the springtime, that's a red flag for us to say maybe we are having an impact.
That helps. Thank you. My comment is just, I'm the one that keeps asking about sage grouse and how are we, when the populations are still going down, how are we still harvesting a bird that's in trouble as much as this one is? And I think 3 times in a row, I get the answer for why we still hunt it. And I really appreciate that it's one that the hunters want to have. I just can't keep thinking that it's okay to keep harvesting those. So I'm leaning to abstention today just because I voted for it 3 times, but the numbers are still going down and it's just not comfortable. So I just wanted you to know that I've thought about this one a lot. That's where I ended up. So, yes, Commissioner King. Oh, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, go ahead.
Yeah, couple quick comments. One would be strange that this is following right after Chair Wall, but what I wanted to say was how thankful I am to see those sage grouse numbers going in the other direction finally and improving, especially in those southeastern counties. So I'm happy to see that maybe, you know, we're recovering from prolonged drought, and I would hope that those numbers, you know, can continue to improve a little bit. So just a thought on that. And then as it relates to the Harlequin duck issue, what I would like to see is just a recommendation, not a formal part of our vote or anything, but just to see if the commission would agree that we just have staff continue to keep their eye on Harlequin harvest, and just know that we would like to, you know, specifically to check back in on that next year, just to see how that is. Just because it came up last year, it came up again this year. I would like the respectful hunting population out there to be honored for their respectful hunting, right? And then I would also like the disrespectful extreme minority to know that we're paying attention, and that it's something that we could act on if we feel it gets out of hand. So that's just, that was a long-winded way of trying to say that. So I hope that, I don't know, Derek or anybody, if you have a thought on that, but that's my thought.
Go ahead.
Chair Wall, Commissioner or Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, I think that's a fair comment. I think this is already on our radar, and there's a commitment to provide this information. We're collecting that information. It's included in our CDUC permit surveys. So any direction on like this is a topic that we would like to continue to see as part of our April game bird regulations is a fair comment. We hear you.
Okay, I like that. And I think you guys are watching it carefully, and it's not, I'm not trying to say you aren't, but I just think it is something that just keeps cropping up. Crop. That's kind of a bird word, right?
So just for clarity, because we're trying to be real careful with the direction, this will continue to be part of what we see every year. And I don't see any commissioners saying no to that. So we'll just add it as a sense of the commission. It's important. It's been there before. It will continue to be there. Does that work for all? Does that work for you, Vice Chair? Noted then, and then we have it clear. We're trying to get really clear on the direction pieces. I think we are at the point where, what? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall. And interesting, I'm following Vice Chair. I was the one, it was the duck hunter that reached out to me about the Harlequin ducks all those years ago with that long letter and all the examples and, you know, the Facebook posts and the whole bit. So I've watched it closely since, and I think it's, you know, and I kind of get usually a word from him every now and again, like, what are we doing? Or, you know, is there anything new or changed? And we started with the survey and beyond. So I think it is something to kind of keep on our radar, because there are people watching and very, very concerned for all the reasons we're discussing. So I do support that. But I think maybe, just maybe, I can provide some clarity to kind of some of this clear as mud stuff with what happens in the Northwest permit zone. Because I think particularly if you don't duck hunt, if you're not a bird hunter or waterfowl hunter, you don't understand like the uniqueness of the Northwest permit zone. So these changes and things that we're talking about, the things that are in my zone, the Northwest permit zone, are specific to that zone. And I think we need to really understand it, because it didn't change for the rest, or at least not in the dramatic way that we're talking about. And I think I know that Brandon and all the folks that work the flyway have thought about this at length, because you have to understand that zone is special and it's different. And it can tip the whole balance of the thing. I guess what I'm trying to say, for example, when I'm out there and my duck club on Salvies, and there's lots of other ones, and there's the public, I mean, on a good day when you're out there, and there's lots of good days because we hear about them in the Monday Morning Minutes, I mean, we'll bag 100 ducks easily without even blinking, okay? So when we're talking about a species that's under threat, like what's happening with our geese, and how quickly that could spiral. Meaning when you can't tell one species from the other, which you can't, at distance, you're in the dark, you're in the rain, you're freezing cold, the wind is going, you're trying to measure some beak length or something, you can see how that goes wrong by the hundreds, because there's a lot of big guns out there blasting. So like I understand the caution. Like if you've got a biologist that has them in their hands and can't tell, how are we going to tell in those circumstances? So what you're doing makes sense. Like I said, it's not something I particularly like, but it is something I definitely understand. And I think we need to be very careful in the Northwest Permit Zone, because that is such a high volume spot. It is so close to Portland. We could affect the numbers just frankly in my club, not just thinking about all of Salvies and all of the flyway that's there. So I think we really just focus and look at, they are talking about a zone. They're not talking about the whole rest of it, because the whole rest of it's very different. It's different even within the Willamette Valley, not just the rest of the state. So I think we really need to talk about and how we've got species struggling, and we have a place that could really negatively impact it. So maybe we just pull back in just that one spot and just see, and just cool our jets just a little bit. And as you've pointed out, and I've asked you, is there are snows everywhere on Salvies. They know exactly where to go so that we can't get them. So, I mean, like there's other things we can do is the point. Those of us that are out there trying to chase them around. So while it's not the greatest, it's not something I'd pick or I'd choose. I completely understand where you're going when you look at those graphs and how those populations are under threat. And again, that they're doing it in just one spot. They're not penalizing the rest of the state because of what happens on Salvies. You have to understand the Salvies is different. And if you don't know that, if you've not been to that part of the state, you've never been out to those clubs, you don't realize how different it is, even compared to the rest of the Willamette. So I think understanding why so much of what you're seeing and what you're dictating is because of that, and why the breaks happen and all those things is because the out of sight numbers that come out of Salvi. And maybe at some point during like your presentations, maybe break it down and show how different the Northwest Zone is compared to the rest of the state. It doesn't compare. It's completely its own thing. And I know you guys understand that, and I do because I'm always there, but I think the rest of the state doesn't. So that might be something that helps clarify it for people, and why we're doing breaks and why we're targeting the species, because so much of it is focused there. So that hopefully that clarifies, because I know so many people are confused by this. I get all the confused questions. I've gotten all the feedback from what's happening, but I try to explain it in that way, and maybe that helps, maybe. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink, you had a point. Just a real quick one, if you
I guess so. Thank you, Chair Wall. Okay, yeah, I hate to even get involved because my expertise on geese and ducks is that I've eaten a lot of them. While I was fishing steelhead with every spare bit of my time, we had an uncle that was an avid goose and duck hunter, and I didn't even know what a turkey was till I was growing up. We ate ducks and geese, But now, Brandon, you mentioned that, you were basically pushing, that to get the season set later, and was a conference or something you were at, and you basically said you didn't win the day. So they basically put sideboards on you, do those sideboards come back to us then also? Mm-hmm. Okay, that's.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink. So yeah, the flyway system, it includes several committees, and the first would be each management population. As I mentioned, 11 different goose management populations have a subcommittee on the flyway, which is made up of the technical person from each of the affected states, and then one Fish and Wildlife Service vote in total. So for cackling geese, for example, that's Oregon, California, Washington, and Alaska. And then so with one service vote, that's essentially 5 votes. And so Oregon is the most affected by the cackle issue. On the wintering side of things, of course, Alaska breeds them all, so they've got a huge stake in this. And so we've had long discussions about cacklers. We've had management plans in place, when it came to trying to figure out what the appropriate frameworks were for them, Oregon suggested that we wanted to keep the late opportunity, and the rest of the subcommittee thought that wasn't the best idea to reduce harvest. And so that's what I meant there. That's the start of the framework process. That's the first proposal made. Then it gets all the way up to the service, and the service maintain that. And so that's the frameworks that are then doled out to the states and that we're operating under right now.
Okay. Commissioner King, is your card still up? Then are we ready for a vote, folks, or a motion? If so, will somebody make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion. We're on C, right? Yeah. I move to adopt as department policy of the 2025 to 2030 Oregon upland bird game hunting season framework as proposed by staff and shown in attachment 3. Number 2, I move to adopt regulations for the 2025-2026 game bird hunting seasons, amend rules for department-owned lands and OAR Chapter 635, Divisions 008, 051, 052, 053, 054, 060, and 065 as proposed by staff and shown in attachments 4 and 5.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to adopt as department policy the 2025-30 Oregon upland game bird hunting season framework as proposed by staff and shown in attachment 3. And it's also been moved to adopt regulations for 25-6 game bird hunting seasons as was just read into the record. And I think we're going to do a roll call on this one, if you will, Michelle.
Paul DeFries?
Yes.
Laphart?
A reluctant yes.
Spellbrink?
Maybe. Yes.
King?
Yes.
Hatfield Pine?
Yes.
Wall?
I'm going to abstain with enormous respect for what I hear from people. It's what's accumulated over the years. So thank you. Motion passes, and thank you all for this immense amount of work. And we will go on then to the workshop that we have, the work session on governance. Let's take 5 minutes and then come back, and then we have this one and this session, and then we have 2 more exhibits after that, folks.
Many of you sent me comments about the draft that is on the web and answer Aaron's question. The draft is on the web. People sent comments to me, and there were enough of them that I thought, why don't I try and get ahead a little bit and incorporate them in a strike through in the document that you're going to be seeing here. You have a copy here in front of you, a hard copy, but I'll be putting it up here. My thought today is that we walk through this section by section, and I will actually be making changes that you all ask for just right here on the computer. So my hope is that we'll have something today that at the end of this conversation, you'll be able to say, yeah, I think I'm going to be able to live with this when it's cleaned up, and we can move forward from there. You can move forward from there. So with that, I want to say thank you all for the direction that you gave after the last meeting or at the last meeting. We went back and did some revisions on this manual, trying to meet the interests that we talked about both at your retreat and at the meetings since then. Remembering the 4 things that I think I mentioned last time, but I want to highlight them again from the book Getting to Yes, that we start getting to yes, which is a way to foster collaborative negotiations and collaborative opportunities together, which I'm hearing all of the things and wonderful things that your staff have been doing, that you've been doing with them. It fits right in, and I think it just bears repeating. The idea with Getting to Yes was, this was written 30, 40 years ago now, and we've had enough practice to know that that actually works if you follow the format, right? You start by separating the people from the problem, right? So we focus on the problem, we're hard on the problem, but we're easy on people. And that's something that all of you from the start have said you wanted to do, to rebuild, maintain trust amongst you all, treat each other well, so that you start there. Then you move to, you separate the positions that people take. So you focus on, not on the positions that people take, but on what it is that's driving the position that they take. So Bob, if you say, Commissioner Spellbrink, if you said something to me in a very heated way, I say, help me understand, right? Exactly the way Commissioner Labhart did in the conversation just a minute ago. Help me understand a little bit more about that. What is it that's important to you about that? So once we start to understand those things, then we can move to the 3rd step, which is to build options, build ideas for mutual gain, right? So everybody can get as much as they want out of a particular situation. And then you do some evaluation internal, are we meeting everybody's needs and interests here? And then you move to the last one, which is, how do we evaluate this particular whatever it is external from ourselves, right? So this is an internal document. This is for you. We moved away from the language about policy. This is a governance manual for you all, internal to the commission, how you're going to work together. And what I've been trying to do is follow through that process of trying to hear what is it that are the interests and needs that all of you have been expressing. Commissioners, Director Colbert, what are the different needs that you have in a manual like this that we can try and blend together? So hopefully you're going to see your fingerprints all over this from the comments that you gave between the last meeting and now when you saw this draft. So this is the 4.8 draft. Is that the original one that you had? 4.8. This is now the 4.16 draft. So I got the last round of comments on Monday, incorporated them on Monday. No, that would have been Tuesday. Incorporated them on Wednesday, and here we are today on Friday. So, ready? Questions, comments? I know you all have had an opportunity to look at this, so I'll just see it. Any comments before we get started about what you've seen, where it's going? You're ready for the surprises?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Okay, and I can't see. I can. Oh, look. And yeah, I can see Becky anyway.
You can see them or you cannot?
I can see them. Let's see if I can.
Michelle, do you happen to know if Becky and if Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and DeFries are still there?
Yeah.
Oh,
they're still there. No, I see them both. Yeah,
okay.
They're there.
They go away.
Yeah. So starting here, and maybe I can make this a little bit bigger. Tell me if you need it bigger. So just starting on this first page, you'll see right away, we're getting rid of the policies and procedures, and many of you helped us be sure that we got them all, because that was a hangover from before. We hadn't decided what to name this thing, okay? So let's start here at the beginning of why is this needed? And so the Oregon Fish, I'm just going to read it and tell you when there's been an addition or a deletion, okay? And then you all can say, oh, I like that, or help me understand. The Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission is a voluntary member commission whose role is to represent the public interest and make decisions affecting the addition fish, wildlife, and habitat resources of the state. I think we had used the original statutory language, which is why it was just whatever it was. Anyway, those additions are in there. And then what is that? Wow, that's weird. By using is what that should have been, not fooling. So they do this by using their statutory authority in support of the agency's mission. So it's a slight change to a change that people had given to me just to follow this along. They do this by using their statutory authority in support of the agency's mission, which is to protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife and their habitats for use and enjoyment by present and future generations. This manual is intended to support the work of individual commissioners and advance the work of the commission as a statewide body. Okay, I'm going to stop right there. Questions, comments?
Did you, just a detail, did you cross out following? Could you just read that sentence again, where we are?
We could make that bigger, Donna, where you got real-time editing. You know how you can go the plus button?
Yep.
Got it.
That help, Mary?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, by using or
You
following.
need to go to the left just to get it centered again, and then I'm gonna stop telling you how to project your screen. So
Got it? Okay, good. Yeah, Becky. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, beg your pardon.
Yes,
Commissioner Wall.
thank you.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Thank you. The only thing that I had made as a change in this section, besides adding the agency mission, was just to point out that it's a voluntary member commission appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate.
Right, and
Maybe that doesn't matter, but
I think it's down below.
okay.
So
that's
so
fine.
let's hold
Keep
hold my feet to that, okay, Becky?
Gotcha.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Hatfield-Hyde. Sorry.
Just call me Becky. It's so much
It's down below.
easier for right now.
Yeah. Yeah, Leslie says it's in who we are.
Okay.
Do I need to beg forgiveness or ask permission to call you all by your first names?
I think we should just, for the work session, just abstain from all that worry about it and just go with our names.
Thanks.
And
it will help us speed this process up because
Is
I'll
that
be
okay with
stumbling
everybody?
and begging forgiveness for the rest of the session. For the work, we'll be casual for the work session. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you. So, all right, it is down a little bit further. Got that. All right, good. Good comments, questions about that? Like it? Seeing some thumbs up? Okay, all right, that's good. Now, what I could even do is this right here. Go to the review and accept it. Right, and then I'll just go back through and get the littler ones as we go a little bit later. That
When
work?
I say when I say accepted, I'm taking you at your, literally at your word that what we hear today, what we look at and say we think we can live with, we get to think about again afterwards. Not that we want to change it, but that we aren't absolutely at the end of this day or at the end of our
At
string.
the end of your string at all, or rope, as it were, right?
Yeah.
You may be at
Well, I am at
Yeah.
the end of my string.
We're gonna do some more editing on this. We have June. I think June is on the calendar to come back and see where people are at. I think the thing that you could decide today is, do we want to say we're going to live with this for 6 months? Might be able to say that today. I'm not sure. We'll get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But yes, definitely. I know there are people that want to be reflecting on this a little bit more. And I will say there are people who want to be done with it. So that is the balance I'm trying to help you all figure out. This is why I tried to combine these things to see if we can do this sooner than later.
And I think everybody is in both of those camps.
Everybody is in both of those camps. Get it done, but not too fast.
But
well
we
done.
just,
Yeah.
we have to be able to think about it.
Yeah, okay. So the guidance and the policy, that one was changed there. So then here we've got a couple of things. The manual was created in response to the governor's direction and serves as a valuable resource for onboarding new members of the commission and interpretations for existing commissioners. It includes language from relevant laws, rules, and policies, and then adds the rules in the other ones as well, mirroring what we had up above about the laws, rules, and policies. Leslie.
Yeah, I know you put at the end because that was part of our discussion. Should we put it in here that there's like a resources section? Because it's more than laws, rules, and policies at this stage, isn't it?
Right. That is at there's an appendix on that. We might be able to add that there, though. If you
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like it's much more than laws, rules, and policies, my point. Yeah. Because even with your appendixes, doesn't that change it a bit?
So what do you want to have right here?
Maybe resource
reference. Manage creator response. Included. The manual includes these things. Let's see. I'm going to just put something like this. It also points commissioners in the direction of additional resources.
Right. Like commission resources, because you call it the commission resource list. So. Yeah.
There. Work. Something like that. Okay. Okay. We'll get that there. Okay. All right, good. Thank you. Okay. Who are we? So this is shifted a little bit. Same thing, but a little bit differently worded. The Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission consists of 7 members who are appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. They are responsible for establishing policies in accordance with Oregon revised statutes and the department's mission. So it's just a little bit different of what it was before. But Becky, I think this is where you see that appointment by the Senate.
Good.
Okay. Questions, comments? Okay. All right. So then we come down here and we move into the statutory, what the statute, what you need to do. Then we move into that 2025 retreat that we did in January. And this is the time now to start revising any of that language, and people have. So the commission as a team demonstrates shared purpose and respect for diverse perspectives. They trust each other as colleagues as opposed to friends, which may be, at the moment it was fun, right? It was good. We were having a great time, and that may not necessarily always be the case. So colleagues is maybe appropriate there, okay? Any problems with that? Okay, we'll just keep moving. Here was another suggested change in this. The team has a shared purpose, camaraderie that is supportive, respectful, synergy is non-hierarchical, and shifting here, and values understanding various commissioners' skills, strengths, and weaknesses individually and as a team. So it's just worded differently, same idea, worded differently, and focusing on the values perspective of that. Okay. Oh, I need to look here. Okay. Looking at Becky and Dallas. All right. The commission agreed the following graphic describes their work. We'd had it as group at the beginning because we were looking at that whole group that we had at the retreat. And since this is a commission manual, I'm just showing you again what your former commissioner provided, Kathy, as a graphic to represent what you all had been talking about at that retreat. Okay. Moving on then. Now we move to commission roles. Sorry, gotta have to control this thing. Roles and responsibilities. The chair, we've changed some of the language there. Instead of the primary responsibility of the chair is responsible for maintaining the integrity. You can see the rest there. I can't because I've got them right there. How do I move this thing? Okay, no. I'm trying to move the box out of the way. I can't see what it says, so we'll look right there. Okay. Any problems with that? Okay. Coming down a little bit more on the chair. I need to move this up so I can see it on my computer. Sorry for those of you following on the wall. There we go. So the bullet that starts with works with the director and vice chair to determine the agenda and placement of agenda items on agendas as opposed to approving final agendas. It's just working more upfront on that agenda writing. The second one works with the director to ensure that the executive assistant provides advanced public notice for commission meetings. Does anyone want to say anything about any of these? As I get to them, if it's something you want to say something about.
On that one, I would just mention that since we don't actually supervise that person, ensuring wouldn't happen. I mean, we work together all the time, but we don't supervise.
Right.
Detail, but
perfect. Good. Thank you for that clarification. They're not cutting you out, Michelle. They're just acknowledging, I think, what it says later about the director is the one that directs the staff.
Exactly.
And so that's showing that there. Then we get to the members of the commission, what you all do. And there was a suggested change. Work collaboratively with other commission members during commission meetings and the director to deliver transparent and effective decision-making consistent with public meeting laws. Okay. Mm-hmm. Next one is a combination of the next two bullets, which is comply with state ethics laws, such as avoiding activities which give rise to a conflict of interest or appearance of conflict of interest as a commission member. So it's like merging together of those ideas, more elegant, leaner, more elegant. And then we come down here to the commission meetings. Okay, good to keep rolling out of the commission and into the commission. Okay, good. Then we've got
actually, Donna.
Yeah.
Can you go back up just for a minute? Because I had a little note on activities which give rise to a conflict of interest. Comply with state ethics laws, such as avoiding activities which give rise to a conflict of interest or appearance of conflict of interest as a commission member. I guess that is clear enough that it's because it says comply with state ethics laws. It just feels like it's a little bit of a hanging sentence, appearance of conflict of interest. I mean, I'm wondering if you just need to say comply with state ethics laws.
Just period, and get rid of that second one.
I'm just wondering, because that's exactly what you're doing, is you're complying with state ethics laws, which means that you can't be doing things that are a conflict of interest or appear to be a conflict. I think that's just a thought.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe others don't like that, and I'm fine with that too, but it just feels a little clunky to me, and did when I read it.
Everybody that I'm looking at in the room is shaking their head saying, fine. Yeah. All right. Then let's do that. And this. Okay, done. Consider it done, Becky. Okay, commission meetings then. And so this is about the public meetings law, and it's then the addition was exceptions to this law apply to specific situations such as personnel matters, and I think it says other confidential. I can't see it though. There we go. Here we go. Such as personnel matters or when receiving confidential legal counsel. So just that clarification on that. Okay. Okay.
Donna, I don't think you can see the comments on the side. There was a comment on the side asking if the requirement changed with the passage of the new commission areas. It does still, the statute retained the requirement to meet in the congressional districts. I don't think it was really intentional. I think by the time they got to that negotiated final version, it got lost in the translations. So we are still scheduling to meet that requirement.
Was that ever going to change? I thought that we were going to get everything back into line again, but did it not?
In the original versions of the bill that was considered in 23, it was deleted, but because there was a lot of negotiation that happened up to the last day of session, it kind of got lost in the side conversations. I think at some point we'll want to pursue cleaning it up, but we just felt like, given the conversations in 23, we'd just let it ride for a while before we asked to do any cleanup.
Okay. I've deleted the comment on the side. Thank you for seeing it. You're right, I didn't see it because I had this too big to see it. So if there's another one of those along the way, let me know. All right. So then we move into the, in practice component to support transparency and public meeting requirements. The commission has instituted the following. The January, that's fine. Suggested changes in number 2, on an annual basis, commissioners respond to a survey provided by the director's office. Again, recognizing it's the director that does this, regarding priority topics that come before the commission, meeting date, meeting format, e.g. virtual, hybrid, in-person, commission focal areas for the year, topics for tours and other work sessions or reports, and logistical feedback. Based on the survey and on the forecast actions required by the commission, the chair and director review the survey and then present an overall schedule for the coming year, which is approved by the commission. Everybody's looking to see, did their comments that they put into this section get put in there?
Give us 1 second just to check so we have.
I see you looking.
Should be chair, vice chair, and director review the survey.
What's that?
Should be chair, vice chair, and director review the survey, if you could. In number 2.
Number 2, I'm looking for the chair. Oh, the chair, vice chair, and director. Okay. Thank you. Anything else? All right. When we get to page 7, you're going to stand up and do a dance so that you stay focused on this. I know this is not anybody's favorite way to do it. It's just an efficient way to do it, right? And to see if, let's flush out the issues as they come up if you have any. In setting each as the number 3, in setting each meeting agenda, the chair, vice chair, and director consider priority topics to include and everything else. So it's trying to link together those priority topics and the focal areas that you all have been talking about, just calling that out as a practice. Okay.
One quick one on number 3, I would take out that last sentence just because I'm not sure how it would even happen.
The chair attempts to alert the commission of changes to agendas prior to the publication.
Yeah, sometimes there's no time between those things, or we talk a lot. Yeah, if there is something coming up, then I would try to let people know if we were going to change things. But
it says attempts. Doesn't mean have to.
Okay.
Should it say it could be when possible, even.
Okay.
If that makes you feel better.
It's just so minor.
Okay. Recognizing there may be times that's what you're going to try and do, but there may be times when it's not possible because something just happened, like a tsunami alert or something that canceled the meeting, right?
Don't talk like that. Don't talk like that.
I woke everybody up, right?
That's worth something.
Okay, good. Number 4, an added sentence at the end of number 4. So this is about topics and providing them to be on the agenda. So we better go to the sentence before. Commissioners may also bring forward issues and topics under other business at regular meetings. If the issue or topic is proposed as an agenda item, it requires a majority approval of the commissioners present to move that item to a future meeting. Any problems with that idea? Bob, work for you? Okay, all right, good. Public input, no changes there. Next change comes in practice. When engaging with the public, commissioners actively engage with members of the public and listen to their perspectives, establish their preferred approach and availability for engaging with members of the public. And someone had asked for what would be an example of this. So in talking to Debbie, we've just put in for the time being, dates, times, email, phone, how is it that you want to engage would be something. And Commissioner King, is there something from your perspective? Because I think you were somebody who has really actively done this. It said, this is when you can talk to me as a commissioner. Right? We're on page 6. The second bullet on page 6. Establish the preferred approach and availability for engaging with members of the public. And someone asked a question of like, what are some examples? Are these examples?
This was me, actually.
Yes.
Sorry. I mean, I don't mean to interrupt, but I was the one that asked for clarification on this point. Is that okay? I mean, I can't see Commissioner King right now because of the.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Vice. You're good.
Okay. Sorry. I'm butting in when I can't see you, so I can't see if you. What I felt was uncomfortable about this bullet point was there has been conflict over how commissioners prefer to approach and engage with members of the public. And some commissioners prefer to really be out there in different settings with the public. And then that has created conflict. So that's why I was trying to understand what was meant by, are we really okay with commissioners' established preferred approach to meeting the public, or are there boundaries around that?
Vice Chair Becky, since we're informal, this, for me, when what comes to mind is like when Dallas was coming on board, and she and I we did several orientation sessions, and we were talking about kind of like balancing working full time and other things. And so I was sharing with her is like, you get to decide for yourself how and when you want to make yourself available to members of the commission. And in my mind, at that time, I used the example of Dr. King, where when she became a commissioner, she said, hey, this is my current schedule. So if you'd like to meet with me, this is the window on Tuesdays, and as regular as we can be. And so I used that example of, there's no predetermined thing that says that you have to be available 24 hours a day, anytime anyone calls. You get to set boundaries for, when you want to make yourself available. That was what, I had in mind when I read this, if that's helpful, and we can clarify it. But I had that conversation with Dallas when she was onboarding in my mind.
Okay, well, I just think that's a place where we're both looking at that line. That's reasonable what you're saying, but I think we're both looking at that line differently, because I'm looking at it as, maybe my preferred approach to being engaged with members of the public is to listen to them if I was, I don't know, at something in downtown Portland or something. I just feel like that has been an area of conflict for this commission, and that the way that is worded doesn't make that clearer, at least to me, and maybe I'm the only one. So
what would make it clear for you? What would you put there?
Well, I don't know. I just wouldn't have,
too detailed and take it out? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe just take it out. I don't know. I feel like it's awkward. And maybe
I'm seeing in the room some heads nodding yes about that.
Okay. Yeah, just take, I think everybody has their way of interacting with the public. And if you need boundaries with the public, then you can put in boundaries if that's what you need. We're volunteers. So I think at the end of the day, the public also understands that, we're not available all the time, every second of the day, all year.
Can I
jump in?
Yeah.
Is that Dallas? Yeah.
Yes. I agree. I think we can take that one out, but I'm wondering if in the bullet above, the actively engage with members of the public and listen to their perspectives, maybe we could add something along the lines of with the modality of communication that best suits each individual commissioner. Because I do think, to Director Colbert's point, it was really useful for me onboarding to have those conversations with her about how I can create boundaries and things like that. And so I do want something in there, I think, that allows for us to know that.
Great. That was exactly where I was looking at that one as well, Dallas, and thinking, I wonder if there's some way to meet both needs here, to combine those. So that, very good, very good. So I've done that. I've deleted the second bullet and then added this with the modality that best suits each commissioner. It could be the modality and timing even, right? But maybe that's too much. Modality's okay. Just leave it like that. Okay, good. All right, good suggestion, Becky. Then the next one is, it's a rewrite of what had been there, which was the differentiate between speaking to now it says distinguish between representing the commission and speaking as individuals, presenting only formal decisions as official positions. So it's a cleaning up of the bullet that was there before. I think substantively it's saying the same thing more elegantly. But that's your choice, not my choice. Okay, any problem with that one? Let's go to the next one then. When appropriate, help connect members of the public for follow-up with contacts at the department determined by the director on issues that may or may not be related to the commission that may or may not be related to commission action.
So I don't know what that means.
I'm not sure now that I see that and read it out loud, that I don't think that was what we were intending to say there, because it was supposed to be for issues before the commission.
I brought this
It says
up.
may or may
Yeah,
not.
Becky, go ahead. Go ahead, Becky.
I brought this one up, and what I was trying to get clarified, Mark, on this one was that I feel like if we have somebody from the public bring something up to us, and then we need to follow up with the department, and this could be anything that came to us that we want to follow up, putting in a clear chain of command of who do we talk to first? Do we go to the director and then the director, that's what I was thinking. You go to the director and then the director assigns that to staff. Before it was edited, it didn't say who you go to. It wasn't clear. Like, we're trying to create all these clear channels as commissioners to how we talk to the director's office. And so there needs to be like consistency with when we are bringing concerns of the public to the department. Does that make sense?
I'm looking at Mark. Does that make sense, Mark?
Well, you were going to weigh in, Debbie, it looks
I
like.
was just going to say, I think this is really trying to signal commissioners to like just say, hey, that is absolutely something that you, as commissioners, you can be connecting folks. And I hear exactly what Becky's saying, that we just want to make sure that if we're connecting folks, let's do it based on, the delegations that we've described elsewhere. So I hear what she's saying in terms of making sure that it's clear. But it was really just signaling that you are a conduit for the public.
Right. And it's also just saying, we're not going to, I'm not going to call, unless Director Colbert suggested that, the contact for any kind of anything that comes to us is Michelle, let's say. Like, maybe she decides that Michelle is that person. But I just think it's clear to say if somebody from the public comes to us with something, we go to the director, and then the director directs staff to get back to the person or whatever, or get back. That's what I was trying to come up with there, just so we're clean.
Which was the part that was confusing to you, Mark?
Is determined by the director. So I may be reading way into this. So does it mean I need to call the director every time I get a phone call and say, is it okay? Because the way OWEB works is if they've got a question, if somebody calls and they've got a question about a grant, and the way, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but the way Sarah O'Brien does it, she says, well, don't talk to me, just talk to the staff person, or tell the staff person they can call that person back. And this says as determined by the director.
But I think this is different than you calling. This is you helping the public talk to somebody at the department. And so that would be one that the director would have maybe has a list or something, but she would determine who people need to be talking to. And you may not know exactly who it is. So you could call the director and say, somebody needs to talk to somebody about Harlequin ducks. Who should they call?
Yeah, and we were trying to put that into a real clean, as it relates to us as individual commissioners, we were getting to a point where either we just talk directly to the director or we talk to, senior staff that it's agreed that we can talk to or something, right? It's not just a free for all of us calling the grants department or whatever. It's just trying to be consistent with.
Yeah. So again, Mark, if you don't mind, Becky, I mean, truly, Mark, this is like, once you know who your lead contacts are, so under any given director, and right now it's like administrators, region managers, it's that same set of people here that,
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I have a question, I know Sarah's going to answer it, right? I don't call you first and say, can I talk to Sarah?
Are you talking about Sarah?
Yeah, this Sarah.
Okay.
This Sarah. I'm sorry.
Which Sarah are you talking about? O'Brien?
If I have a habitat question or an OCRF question,
Yeah.
it says, as determined by the director, your interpretation of that is you just call Sarah and say, hey, this person has a question about OCRF.
And that determined by director was added to try to be consistent with the other section. So I think in the other section, we talked about the director or the delegates, so any of the delegates.
And I wrote determined by the director. So if it wants to be put determined by the director and known delegates, that sounds so weird, but yeah, it's just so we get clear, right?
I also read some wiggle room into, for what it's worth, into when appropriate. So I feel like we can figure this out when it comes out.
Nice.
When appropriate. If somebody calls you from the public and you want to know who to send them to, call, and we know who to call, and we won't go too far down. That's how I'm reading it.
But we didn't it's any of the delegates that you would normally work with is what we intended there, I think. Yep.
Okay.
So how about it says determined by the director and her delegates or their delegates, or
okay.
I don't know. I guess we don't need to use they, them pronouns for the director.
I just didn't want to, every call I get, I'm gonna overwhelm Debbie with, well, I got a call from this person. Is it okay if I talk to somebody? No, that's not true. She's delegated that. If it's an OCRF question, I know to call Sarah. If it's a field deer question, I know to call Brian. I don't have to call you every time and say, is it okay if I talk to Brian?
Well, and that other section speaks to who you call, but this is even for a member of the public. We're basically saying, hey, if they call you and they want to talk about something related to the fishing regs, just connect them with Mike.
Give them the contact.
Right? Like you just send them on to Mike if you want to. Right?
Okay, got it.
That's kind of what this is getting to.
Wiggle room and when appropriate.
Mhm.
Got it. Okay.
And so I did add in just now, determined by the director or her delegates.
Okay.
Right? The contacts of the department determined by the director or her delegates. We might need to clean that up. Yeah, we're going to clean that one up so that it's not quite as cumbersome. Okay? What gets at what Becky's talking about. All right. And then finally, in that last bullet there, promote transparency by encouraging those who seek individual attention of commissioners to share their perspectives through commission meeting, public comments, or public meeting participation when appropriate. Any problems? Becky and Dallas I did something to my screen, so I don't see you anymore. So I need you to be vocal. We're blind as to what's going on there. Yes.
If I have problems, I'll let you know, Donna.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you very much. Okay, then we're going to move on. Now we move on to public records. So you'll see that it's from the last version to this one, we did try to add things in here, like it's important for commissioners to feel comfortable engaging with members of the public. The following section is intended to help you do that, right? So that, you know, we're trying to say more here that, yeah, we do want you to talk to the public, Mark. We don't want that to be a question in your mind. We want to be able to provide new commissioners who don't know some of these things a guidance for how they might be able to figure it out, how to navigate, I guess is the word, since we're on a harbor, right? And so we include the DAS policy, emails are public records. So here we get into the emails. This is where we have changes. So emails are public records, had the if a state issued email account, if using it, do it there. If not using a state issued email account, copy the executive assistant. If a commissioner receives correspondence from the department and responds to the department, this is already part of the public record. I'm looking over at Erin. Everybody's nodding yes on that. Everybody agrees with that. Good. Erin thought it was so trivial. She was looking out the window. Commissioners should maintain a file on their computer for confidential and privileged information from the department. And then this last one is one that somebody asked a question about. And so this is one we want to make sure we have a conversation about. Responses to mass emails to commissioners on a commission related topic. Commissioners are advised to do what?
Donna, I'm going to break in here on this one because that was actually mine, and it wasn't necessarily a mass email related to a commission related topic. It was a mass email related to natural resources. So the Oregon Cattlemen's sends me their annual or their email, and so does the Oregon Natural Desert Association sends me a mass email that they're sending out. Are those things that we must copy to Michelle, mass emails?
So it's on a non-commissioned.
Well, I mean, it's natural resources, right?
Yeah.
Those are natural resource interest groups, but they're sending their, monthly newsletter. Is that, are we to send those sort of things forward to Michelle?
No. Are you saying no? Or are you trying to get a hold of Annika out there?
No. I think that's a policy decision for the commission from a public records perspective and a public comment perspective. I wouldn't treat that as a public comment if it's not aimed at a specific agenda item. It is a public record, but to with every single public record of a mass email seems unnecessary.
And Michelle's crawling under the table right now, just even contemplating it. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that. I didn't hear quite the end of that. So if it's not related to like some impending...
Oh yeah, your mic's on. Yeah, sorry, her mic wasn't on. Let her try again, Becky.
Okay. So first, this is a policy decision of how the commission wants to handle emails. And so just putting that out there. But from the legal perspective, this doesn't sound like it's a public comment that should then be included in for the agenda item. And so those to me seem important to forward so that they're part of the commission's record. So it doesn't sound like it's that. Anything that any of us get is a public record. But whether the commission wants to forward every single public record to Michelle, this is when Michelle went under the table.
Yeah, that was when Michelle crawled under the table.
So my understanding is, okay, so would you receive those emails if you were not a commissioner? Would you still be getting them? Are they still, is it related to a subject matter that we are dealing with now, or or aware of it's going to come up in the near future? Those are some questions that I would ask of if I was trying to decide whether or not it was going to be. Because if it's
Right.
not something that we're going to address,
I have a proposal for language.
Please.
Are advised to treat them as public, as information only.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's really
Yeah,
a relief, because if you feel like you have to be sending Michelle every natural resource related thing that you get in your inbox every day, that is poor Michelle is all I can say.
Oh yeah, no, she did crawl under the table. I think she was going to go swim out in the harbor in a minute.
Donna, as a sidebar, may I mention that the one time this has come up that we may, that just for later discussion, is when we are getting these either related to the commission item or not related to the commission item. There was a question when they were AI generated and they were not an Oregon constituent or a regular group that we deal with, but on one issue we got massive numbers that were not generated, that were not letters from people. So just if that could just be set aside and we'll talk about it someday. We don't need to talk about it today, but that's what I thought of when I saw this.
Okay, got it.
Okay. And then one other thing, this question of commissioners should maintain a file on their computer for confidential and privileged information from the department was a recommendation in the past for us as commissioners. But I mean, I guess that's already like if the department has sent you something, then you're already covered because the department sent it to you in the first place.
Sounds like that's.
Do you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I
just don't think I think it's weird to be forwarding privileged and confidential information back to the department if we're supposed to be keeping it in a file that's client privileged. Do you know what I'm saying?
Which is the one above it, right? If a commissioner receives correspondence from the department in response to the department, this is already part of the public record. So
Okay.
if it was privileged and confidential when it was sent from Aaron, it still is, and they have a record of it because it started with them.
Okay, good. That's kind of dumb. Sorry, you guys. That's probably just total common sense, but I just
I
I
think it. Yeah, I think it's really good to be clear, Becky. So thank you.
So we need to clarify that. I mean, commissioners should maintain on file for the computer confidential privileged information. That's a moot point, what I just heard.
Oh, because it says from the department,
Yeah.
should maintain a file on their computer for confidential and privileged information from the department, but they don't need that, right? I'm looking at Aaron now.
I'm hearing us talk about two different things. I was hearing Becky talk about forwarding, like I send something to the commission and then Becky sends it back to Michelle. That's what I heard Becky talking about. And that seems like an unnecessary
loop.
Yeah.
And what about this here? It's what it says, what has been suggested to put in there is commissioners should maintain a file on their computer for confidential and privileged information from the department.
Right. And that is, I think, a best practice in order to organize what's confidential and to not accidentally be, sending it out.
Okay.
And so it's like,
So keep that, but don't send it to the department.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like an organizational caution.
Don't send it to Michelle. Just keep it.
So
Keep it in a separate file.
Yeah, so keep it. Yeah.
Maybe we can explain the phrase that says like, so like a new commissioner would understand, like, why am I doing this? And I think what Aaron just said is so that you can make sure that you're not sharing it or is that what you just said, Aaron?
So what I just added was commissioners should maintain a file on their computer for confidential and privileged information from the department as a means of separating this information from other information.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. And
If
the
you
only
hit
thing
reply- if you
the
reply-
only thing
if
I
you hit-
question is if it's in the right place. But
If
maybe
you hit
this is.
reply all, you're shot. Put it in there.
Say it again.
If you hit reply all to that, you're shot.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Can we just, I think we're over, to me, personally, I'm not going to spend time filing confidential information. I think we could clarify that as like, just don't share out confidential information, right? And if you need to file it in a separate folder to do that, you can do that, but bottom line is you just shouldn't share out confidential information.
So I have a follow-up to that. So Aaron, if we get, in Dallas's question, so if you send out a confidential email to the commissioners notifying us of something, that's a public record in a confidential way.
Oh, yeah.
It gets discoverable in court or whatever. But so why do we have to keep that if it's already in the department's file under that? Because you sent that out, you keep a copy. Why do we need to keep a copy? That's what I think that's Dallas's point. Why would she need to? And
Yeah,
I agree.
that is you're exactly right. Yeah, that is my point. It seems redundant and an extra step on our end of doing something that we don't need to.
Yeah, but when we go to discovery, we don't come ask DOJ for
Yeah.
the files that they have.
Yeah, so why do I need to send the same file that she sent me?
But we don't ask DOJ. We don't.
No, but why you asked me for everything that related to that topic. I mean, I remember the guy from DAS saying that. You send me everything, whether it's that related to that topic. So if I had this confidential information related to that topic in my confidential file, I'd have to send that. Well, why? Because you already have that.
Me, I already have that?
Well, you know,
Because you generated it.
there's a record. I shouldn't say you personally, but there's a record.
Attorneys file, like when the ODFW gets a public records request, it doesn't come to DOJ. It's to ODFW, and each person at ODFW there are lots of duplicates of public records, but those are all public records, and so they shouldn't be destroyed.
Could I take a crack at this?
Please help us.
As a practice, our DOJ doesn't send things directly to commissioners. So we will send attorney-client privileged information on their behalf to you.
Okay, I didn't.
So we that again, and the reason why we do that is so that we're maintaining the public record for you.
Yeah, okay, so we don't need to keep it.
That is my understanding. You would not be getting anything that's attorney-client privileged unless it came from our attorneys to you through our practices.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to have it look like I'm saying any public records should be deleted. They need to be maintained. So that's where I'm getting nervous.
I just think that what this is asking them to maintain it in a separate file.
Yeah.
And I think what they're saying is if I've followed all the protocols for how I keep Michelle in the loop for my public records, then I'm covered.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't need to do this extra step.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean,
Well, but it makes me nervous because we have done this before, and because we were advised to have a separate confidential separate file, then all I had to do is go into my separate file for anything that came to me on the subject. And if Michelle is sending it to us, I guess it gets confusing because then what? We send it back to Michelle so that it's in the, this doesn't make any sense. I'm going to stop talking.
Could I add to this? Maybe, I don't know if it helps. I think you're right. It might be redundant, but it also might save your sanity. Because what you can do in this case, I'm a doctor, I've gotten sued a lot. I mean, if you just have a file and say someone wants a records request and you just have a folder, ping, you're done. It takes you 2 minutes. I mean, it just makes your life so much easier. It is just so much easier to just create the file. They can auto go to that file and then it's there for forever. Amen. Unless you delete it. I mean, it just makes it simpler. It really does. Just have a separate file, put everything in it, and then you don't have to think about it ever again unless somebody asks you.
Yeah. And it might be a fallback, just looking at what happened with DEQ this last week.
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at. Like, it really, I think it really does save your bacon in so many ways.
And I think.
And so, and this particular point is saying specifically that commissioners should maintain a separate file on their computer for confidential and privileged information from the department as a means of separating this information from other information to avoid sharing it with others. Mistakenly share. I should add that to avoid mistakenly.
So I think Dr. King, you were saying, I just keep everything. I mean, it all goes in one place. And I think that if we just leave it there, right? I mean, if you're not using, now Dr. King uses a state email address. So she's using all state stuff. So she's just working. And if she just works and does her stuff, then she's covered. If you don't use a state issued one and you just make sure that anything that anything that you get that doesn't have Michelle on it, then you loop her in, because then that record can be maintained. Then you're hitting the marks on public records. The only question is whether you have to do something different with confidential and privileged. I think you don't necessarily have to.
But it's a best practice.
But elsewhere we say don't share privileged or confidential information. So I don't know that
this is here, right? This is under, the following to comply with public records law and DAS policy. How did that?
It might be a DAS policy. I don't know. Okay.
It might be what? DAS policy?
I don't know.
She said it's not.
I do think that it makes it easier if there is a request for your information, if you just have it in its own file. That's what I've been.
I completely agree.
I had my own file, and then it was a piece of cake. No drama llama. I wasn't going through 50,000 emails from the department. I was just going through the confidential privileged file.
No, I agree.
Okay.
It really is just for organization and your own sanity, really.
Yeah. And so does it stay as it is? As it's now revised, because I did just revise it. Commissioners should maintain a separate file on their computer for confidential and privileged information from the department as a means of separating this information from other information and to avoid mistakenly sharing it with others.
I think it's okay. I don't think it has to be like if there is a commissioner that does not want to do it that way, that is also their choice. But this is the best practice, right?
Right. This is in the best practices zone.
This isn't okay.
Yeah. It says should, it doesn't say shall. Right. Exactly right. Okay, good. Okay, take a deep breath. We're almost done, people. We're almost done. So take a deep breath, unwrap your brain from that.
Donna, sorry to go up. I put a comment on this earlier, and I don't know if you saw it, but the next non-red bullet point, texts are public records, even if sent or received on a personal cell phone. Is this true? It should be added in there as pertains to commission business.
So this is text related to commission business.
Yeah, that's what I.
Oops. Commission business are public records, even if sent or received on a personal cell phone. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for calling that out.
So question. So isn't it true that?
Isn't it true that? I always love that.
Isn't it true?
Isn't it true that?
Isn't it a true statement that all text messages on your phone are saved no matter whether you delete them or not? That's what I was told. They can forensically go into your cell.
Forensically go back, but what we're going to say here is that some of it is public records and some of it isn't necessarily.
Yeah, I literally have tens of thousands of text messages. And, some of them are, well, we're going to have coffee on Tuesday at 6. Or 5.
So is that related to commission business?
It could be. Yeah, it could be. Somebody said, well, I'd like to have coffee with you. I'd like to talk to you about, something. So that's a text message. And I said, yeah, I'll meet you at 10 a.m. on blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I don't save that because I'm going, well, that's not public record, but it is on my cell phone.
I'm going to look at your legal counsel on this one.
There's a line like if it's, hey, Mark, let's have lunch. that's a scheduling like it wouldn't ever be triggered. That doesn't count.
It's de minimis.
Yeah, I can't remember the word.
I can delete it.
If it's, Mark, let's have lunch, I want to talk about the wolf situation, then it is.
Okay,
because there's
got it.
something like
But even if
the
I,
public might be interested in.
but even if I screwed up and deleted it, it's still there. I think.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I've been told.
Yeah, I think
But
that's correct, but
Yeah.
that doesn't matter for our manual.
I don't know that the average person could get it. I mean, I think as
No, you'd have to be
If-
somebody.
yeah, so if we had to produce all text related to commission wolf business or something like that, if you had deleted it, I don't think we would have a very easy way to go to your company and get those. I mean,
It's tough.
yeah, so I think that's why we just say maintain them, because that would be how we would access them. Does that make sense, Mark? Yeah.
Well, I'd like to break in because it doesn't totally make sense to me, which is this goes into what my husband has been calling the technology forest for some of us. I don't even know how to share my text messages. And does this mean we're supposed to be sending all of our text messages to Michelle? Is that what this means? I don't even know how to do, I actually don't even know how to do that.
The way we wrote it is just maintain them.
Yep.
Because technically they are public records if they relate to commission business.
So just don't
Right.
delete.
Just leave them on your phone, but don't worry about it's not like the emails, you know. I mean, you can see how this is a little vague with if a stakeholder got a hold of us or sent us an email and said, hey, I want to talk to you about wolf business, then it's easy for me because I respond to Michelle immediately and the stakeholder and say, I'm so happy to talk to you about wolf's business, right? But if it's a text message, that I don't know what I'm supposed to do with my text message. Like if I'm supposed to just don't delete it, I guess is what you're saying.
Just don't, we can say.
Don't delete it. Leslie's saying just don't delete it, right? Michelle, do you have advice?
So when I'm working with staff, what is suggested and the guidance DAS has given us is to take a screenshot of the text message, and then you can attach that to an email and get it into the state system. We really haven't found a better process to get that information into the state system.
Is that when there's a public records?
Yeah, when there's a public records request, then you go through, you take a screenshot
Okay.
and you send it to me.
If there is a public records request.
Correct.
Okay, but not for every single email we get or text we get. You know, if Commissioner King sends me a text and says, let's have dinner, and it has nothing to do with, you know, it's just us having dinner, that doesn't need to be screenshot and sent to you. And then it also doesn't have to be if a constituent wanted wolf data discussion with me, then if there was discovery around wolf stuff from a certain time period or whatever, then we need to be prepared to take a screenshot and send it to Michelle.
Correct. The heads are nodding yes.
Thank you.
got it.
Clear as mud. Clear as mud.
Awesome. Fantastic. That's what we want. Clear as mud. So now we move on then to the public meeting stuff. We've got the statutory language there about what it is, kind of what constitutes a quorum. We got information here about serial communications. We've got the in practice. We've got no changes to this, no suggested changes from people who sent them to me. So I just want to ask anything for people who are looking at this and had some specifics you wanted to change. That didn't share them with me.
The only question I had was, can commissioners discuss a decision that's already been made?
Say more about that.
We voted on, you know, let's say the commission decided to save the pink-footed bird, and we all voted yes. Later, can you talk about that decision with other commissioners?
Outside of a public meeting, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. Aaron's saying, that's a good question, Aaron said.
I think that it would open up the risk if that were to come back on a agenda topic. But this is I hadn't thought about it from after the fact.
So it's before the fact that's most important, or you would have thought about it. And there may be some after the fact that you need to talk about.
Yeah, I think there's a indeterminable amount of risk by any quorum of commissioners talking about anything that could be coming up on their agenda.
Okay.
And
coming up on, yeah.
Or it could be.
Yeah. And that could be, right? Could be reopened. They could be reopened.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know. So substantively, they should not be talking about, this should be in place for things.
Yeah, there'd be risk of a public meetings violation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, there you have it, Becky.
All right, I got it.
Okay, and then working with department staff. Commissioners have long engaged with staff in a respectful and efficient manner to obtain and share information has been added, the and share. By statute, the commission's primary point of contact is the director. So this is why the things before are leading back to this right here. And then in practice, commission members are encouraged to seek assistance and support from the director or their delegates to obtain information in preparation of commission meetings. Added is new language that says commission members should always feel there are staff available to answer questions about fish and wildlife information needed to support their commission-related work. To support this, the director will clarify which staff member or members will serve as commission liaison staff to answer these questions and help commissioners prepare for commission meetings. So my understanding is that in preparation for today's meeting, for example, Sarah reached out to everybody to see, did you have questions? So Debbie, do you want to say something about this?
Yes, and we really want to be intentional about doing that. I mean, I know Commissioner Labhart mentioned that before each one of his OWEB meetings, he has a standing kind of go over the agenda with staff. And so any of those types of approaches, we kind of do it ad hoc based on what's on the agenda, but we can formalize some of that work just to make sure you have
the information.
Your needs are being met.
Yeah. Okay.
But also I would say that this also clarifies that if a commissioner had a question, before Sarah made her rounds or whatever, that it's totally acceptable to call in and get some help, right?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. Good.
Great. Okay, and then the next one, please.
So this is a little bit of a nit for me, but commissioners should refrain from interviewing in internal day-to-day operations of the department unless through official commission action. So I get calls from Nick Myatt several times a month, and he just says, "Hey, I'm calling just to see how things are going." I'm talking to, and we talk about day-to-day operations of the department. I'm going to be working on a new building in Redmond. We're doing this. Hey, I'm going to have coffee. Stop by, and I want to talk to you about some things that are going on in Eastern Oregon. So that's a day-to-day operation. And I've told him, I said, Nick, I got to stop talking to you if this goes through, because I'm intervening in day-to-day operations. And he goes, no, you're not. I'm reaching out. And I really like it because he kind of tells me what's going on. So how do I interpret that?
I guess I would kick that to you, Donna. Do you, in the example that Mark uses, would you read this as that would be an example of intervening?
No, because the staff reached out to you.
Well, and sometimes I'll call you too. So,
just checking in.
Somebody had the Wolf Committee and Sisters has said, hey, we're going to have a meeting on wolves, talk about the shooting of that wolf. I probably need to let Nick know that, and that's a day-to-day operation. It's not a commission item, it's not an agenda item, but I would call Nick and say, I just want to give you a heads up that I got a call from Susan that they're going to have a meeting. We talked about, and you may, I don't know if you know about it or not. And he usually says, thank you, I'll let staff know.
So you're informing staff of things that you're hearing out there on the streets. Yeah. Well,
that is not, in my mind, I don't see that fitting the definition of intervening. I think in your example, Mark, if you said, and I want these 3 staff there and I want them to give a presentation and I want it to, that's where you kind of start telling people what to do. And that's not at all what you're
I would never do that.
Exactly. So none of what you described.
Commissioners should refrain from directing as opposed to intervening. In your mind, yeah, I see what you're saying there. Yeah, okay, so directing, there we go, directing the internal. Okay, good.
Well, I think
good. All right.
It is also, we're also trying to make sure that we are, and I think we said this somewhere else, respecting staff time. So
yeah.
There's got to be a little bit more. It's I think, and also like calling Nick. We want to be clear who, as a commissioner, who outside of the director, who are the acceptable people for sure that we could reach out to. And then as a commissioner, don't do that all the time. Like, don't like they're not your buddy to just call all the time too, right? Like I'd like to call some of the staff every day just because they're so cool. I want to call them. I want them to be my friend too, not just my colleague.
Even though they're a commissioner, right? Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. So we've got this one change here. Commissioners should refrain from directing the internal day-to-day operations. Then there was another suggestion as a sub to this one of the department in turn should consider and respect commissioners' need to be good ombudsman was the word used. I have put in here, we need a replacement word because ombudsman is a term of art. It has a certification. It has a requirement of all sorts of stuff. You don't want that one. So to the mission of the ODFW. So I wrote in here, alternative, the department should consider and respect that members of the public see commissioners people they can talk to about fish and wildlife issues that matter to them.
I mean, I like your change, but I think what the feeling I had is that we've lost a little bit of a sense that the commissioners matter in this role. So part of that was also more like, we were talking earlier about the commissioners respecting staff and staff time. And this was kind of the other side of that is the department in turn should consider and respect commissioners who have a role of, working with the public, listening to the public.
And so does this alternative here, the department should consider and respect that members of the public see commissioners as people they can talk to about fish and wildlife issues that matter to them?
How about something like liaison or diplomat or something like that?
What I want is, it's like you're asking, it's the department also needs to respect commissioners whose role is to talk about fish and wildlife issues that are important to the public, right?
I see what you're saying. Okay.
See what I'm saying? It's this whole reciprocal thing of respect. We respect the department and that they're busy and they're doing things. The department respects that the commissioners have a role. Otherwise, we wouldn't have them.
Okay, so I need to combine these two bullets as they are here somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say liaison, diplomat, something like that. Like you engage. Yeah, like I don't think this needs to be complicated.
So put it in the first line, need to engage the public. Is that what you're saying? Oops.
We're still talking about this same bullet, right?
I'm going to delete this part here. Honest, Kathy. And then all of that's the same. Okay. Does that work, Becky?
I mean, it's closer, but I bet you could fiddle with it a little and get it better. But
okay, I'll fiddle some more with these two.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Thank you for sharing that. All right, so then the final bullet on this one, commissioners should consider and respect the department's workload when requesting information unrelated to commission meetings. At the same time, department staff should understand the important role and responsibility of volunteer commissioners. Staff are content experts in a way that commissioners are not. As such, commissioners should never feel they are a burden if they need extra staff time and support to analyze and prepare for important decisions. So it's, again, trying to support what you're talking about, Becky, that there is an important role that volunteer commissioners play on these statewide commissions and making sure that that's clear in this manual.
So I don't need to apologize to, well, there's Brian. I'll use him as, I don't need to apologize for Brian every time. Say, sorry, Brian, but I've got a question for you.
You don't need to apologize.
I always feel guilty calling staff.
Yeah, no, yeah. It's nice that you do, thoughtful, and you don't need to. Okay, are we good with that section? Ready to move to working with the media? We got media, I think media and travel, if I'm not mistaken, and then we're done, right? And then we've got the appendices. So media requests received by the commissioner routed to the director's office for follow-up. The director's office is responsible for, and this is added, coordinating responses on behalf of the commission with the chair and vice chair, and for interacting with the media. The director's office coordinates with an agency subject matter expert to provide a timely response. Okay, so it's adding in that conversation with the chair and the vice chair, and then also coordinating with staff to direct them to answer responses. Okay. Okay. And then we've got the chair serves, unless the commission delegates otherwise, the chair serves as the primary contact on behalf of the commission, working with the media. Yeah. And then they convey information. All that is what you all spent time looking at. In practice, when engaging with the media on fish and wildlife management in their official capacity, commissioners should engage on topics with the media only after commission decisions have been made. And then whenever possible, coordinate with the director's office prior to communicating with the media. So there was an observation that, you know, sometimes it's not possible. Sometimes you all get cornered. So let's make sure that there's wiggle room there. It's not a, this is it. And then the final bullet there, when engaging with the media outside of their official capacity, commissioners are asked to share a courtesy copy with the chair, vice chair, and director for awareness and to avoid surprises. So it's just the request, courtesy request there. Okay. Nobody's got heartburn with that. Good.
Donna, I have heartburn.
What do you have heartburn with?
I had the wording that I liked on that one, on the bullet point, when engaging with the media outside of their official capacity, letters to the editor, other editorials about fish and wildlife issues, commissioners may consider sharing a courtesy copy with the chair, vice chair, and director for awareness. It starts to get, to me, it gets really big brother. Like the ODF&W commission does not control my entire life, right? And I think if we say may consider, that's being very respectful and acknowledging that that's the kind of thing we might want to consider without, starting to get all, micromanaging a volunteer commission too far.
Okay, so commissioners may consider sharing a courtesy copy with the chair, vice chair, and director for awareness and to avoid surprises.
The director's office can assist in developing talking points and preparing chair. sorry. I went down for,
Yeah, no, we're still up on the work with the media. Okay, any problem with that change? Did you see that okay, Debbie? All right, good. And then practices for handling written correspondence. And what was your comment, Mark? Was it on this one? Further down. Keep going. Okay, because we're now moving into the travel and reimbursement stipends. We're done. Oh, this is up. You're up above. I actually don't even know where you are. Oh, right here. Sorry. Yeah, no, there had been no changes suggested on that one from anyone. So that right there. So now it's yeah. So now this reads more as a tool that's available to the chair to work with the director's office on that. Okay. Yeah. All right. Good. Okay. And then I think we're on to travel reimbursement and stipends. And on this one, I added the ORS, put that in there. So, and you can actually click on this. I could click on this and it will take me to that site. For purposes of this draft, it was suggested to actually add it. So you'll find it's further down on the next page, I think, is the actual statutory language, just in case anybody wanted to look at it. And so this section here lays out the expectations for commissioners seeking and receiving compensation. So a commissioner is eligible for expense reimbursement per the Oregon Accounting Manual for actual and necessary travel expenses incurred in the performance of official duties. Official duties include, and we've got the list here, participation in meetings, commission confirmation hearings before the Senate, meetings with the governor or staff. Governor's staff was added there because not just the governor. Sometimes you might meet with Jeff or someone else from the governor's staff. Meetings held at the invitation of agency staff, agency organized commission workshop and tours, or when the chair or director determines attendance to be official business of the commission. Okay. We had mistakenly left in after our last conversation, this second one about WAFWA. That's gone. Activities outside of the above required duties or without authorization are not eligible for reimbursement, even if they're related to commission work. Commissioners may choose to forego reimbursement and will inform the executive assistant of that decision. Okay, and then in practice, we got rid of the could any commissioner participate in the activity and just narrowed it in as, are travel opportunities being considered across all commissioners? Can everybody go? But just using one sentence to do that. And then on the perception, there was the suggestion of how might ODFW constituents perceive your attendance or lack of attendance at a particular event? Does that give a message as well that you don't mean to be giving? So just really thinking through what are the messages being sent. Okay, let me just stop and pause and see if there are any comments on any of this so far. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, wait. When I was looking at this travel section, necessary for an official duty, has the commissioner been assigned an activity that makes the travel necessary for fulfilling that assignment? That makes sense. But in this funding one, I understand that we had taken out, for example, WAFWA, and I understand that that's become, an issue. WAFWA has become an issue. And part of the thinking on it is, well, not all commissioners can go to WAFWA because of a variety of reasons. Maybe they work full time. What I was thinking we should be getting at is if WAFWA is the only issue, is issue that where there isn't equity, are there other, really unique networking things that could be considered for commissioners to attend based on, what they're, what they're able to attend, maybe more locally or something. That's what I was trying to get at there is, and I guess that's just a question that we need to sort through with the director's office is there value to commissioners networking at events occasionally within reason that are approved ahead of time?
So is there a specific change that you're wanting us to make here? I'm not sure I'm following what the problem is.
Well, I had a
Which makes it
specific
hard for me to
change.
solve.
I had a specific change in my notes that I sent you.
Can you tell me again what it is?
Well, one of them I had said under equity, on could any commissioner participate in the activity or travel opportunities being considered across all commissioners? I had, has the director and chair, have the director and chair considered other opportunities that might enhance the strength of the commission and also be affordable and available to commissioners besides WAFWA? I had that under equity.
Since we got rid of WAFWA, I didn't include it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a thought, but I mean, this has become the thing that it's become a thing. This has become a thing.
All right. So hang on. Debbie's saying, yes, let's add that.
I think that it's a good addition for the kind of considerations and the way that you just put that. And I don't even think you need to refer to WAFWA. It's just like anytime there's a request. Does that work, Becky?
But I also think it needs boundaries. I do appreciate that, Debbie. But I also think it needs boundaries because it's not that there's an open-ended opportunity. It's within the budget. It's planned ahead by the director and the chair. It's maybe a special circumstance once a year or something. It's not every month or I go to all these different things.
So this is a new bullet, right? That's like learning opportunity or something.
It's like networking. It's
doesn't the earlier bullet cover that though, when it says when the chair or director determines attendance to be official business of the commission? Seems like that would cover that in this.
Or just say official business can be educational opportunities or informational items identified.
So putting that up at the top, is that what you're saying?
No, I mean,
look at where I'm at here.
I thought maybe that bullet covered everything we've been talking about the last few minutes here.
Okay.
But I mean, as long as when the chair and the director determines attendance to be official business of the commission. And I mean, there's no real sideboards on that.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing I was thinking is we were also trying to kind of be aware of the equity problem that we've had, which is that some commissioners who, for example, are working full time, couldn't go maybe to WAFWA or something. So what is an opportunity that those commissioners are getting? And that's the only reason I would leave it in the equity category too. That was, I hear what you're saying. It's kind of the same thing, but it's a little unique because of the equity piece.
And so are you saying I should not have deleted this? Could any commissioner participate in the activity?
No.
Or are you saying I need to add something? I'm still not clear.
I just want to go back to what I already said. And now I closed my iPad out, of course.
Yeah, we'll get it from you. But I'm going to put it here, yeah. Becky's language. That's how we're going to handle this.
Debbie got it. She heard it, and she said that's fine.
Okay, and I'm just putting here for time's sake, Becky's language. Excellent. All right, and then stipends is basically the same. Except that, if a commissioner spends 1 or more hours of the duties and meets the requirements listed in ORS 292-495, that's what I've got down below as the 495, sorry. Then they can take a stipend, or they can forego it if they want, and they'll inform the executive assistant. And then here is that language so everybody can see it. That might be something that we do another link to, like we did for the travel, if it's different from the other one. And since I don't have a hard copy in front of me, you all do, I can't tell if it's the same as the other one. Okay. And then the final thing we have here is the commission performance evaluation. And this is prescribed by the Oregon legislature to enhance the commission's desire to implement best practices. Commission will conduct an annual self-evaluation. The annual review will provide commissioners and staff an opportunity to reflect on what is working, what is not, and suggest changes to enhance overall performance and results. And suggest changes to the performance measures so they are more accurate or useful measures for the commission and ODFW. And we're going to say a little bit more about that down below before we panic yet, right? We do say, whoops, slipped there. There we go. Shit. Sorry. Slipping off of the page here. So then the commission will have the opportunity to weigh in on changes needed to the measures and coordinate with the director to communicate needed changes to the legislature, because it is a statutory requirement. So, and we also made this Scrivener's correction of governance manual as opposed to policy and procedures. Okay. Then we have in appendices some parliamentary procedure, because I remember the chair in particular, I think it was, had said something about what if we want to make changes to motions? What if there are other things to do? This comes from DAS's overview of boards and commissions about how to do parliamentary procedure. This document relates to Robert's rules, which I'm guessing are the same, but I did not double check them. So I'm looking at Erin about that.
I don't know if they're the same.
Yeah, I don't know if they're the same.
We've never formally adopted Robert's rules to my knowledge, and so it hasn't been a.
So we could say use parliamentary procedure as opposed to Robert's rules, whatever edition. At the top. Right.
Yeah, and what I liked in that is it says as interpreted by the chair. And so it's like, you're not going to be held to it being perfect, yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, and then the next one is the public input process. So this was in the body of the document before, and it struck me as a funny place. So pulled it out and put it at the end. This is for the public input. This is what that looks like. It's not what you guys do. It's what the public does. The governance manual is what you do, right? So that's why I moved that there. And then the final, there's a new Appendix C that is this commission resource list that Leslie talked about earlier. And in talking to Debbie about this, this seems like a terrific thing to do. And the commission manual will be public facing. So as opposed to the following is a list, the links, that sort of thing that we've got here, we might want to separate those out and just say the commissioners have a way to access through their commission portal or whatever it is, a list of things, and we can list it. You can still keep the list there, but as opposed to links, I just want to clarify that part. It's a little bit in the weeds, but it's that time of day where the weeds are up in my face. Probably yours too. Okay. So if there are other things that people think ought to be added to that list of commission resources, then let us know and we'll include that on there.
I have a question. I mean, I realize this is a draft. I get it. What will this look like in the end? Is this going to be a little book? Like, what is this thing? something online?
I think it's up to you all what you want it to look like. I can tell you that the commission I worked for in the past, we gave them handbooks, and I'm guessing you all have handbooks or something like that. But this could be the start of a handbook if you don't have one. Do you want to say something about that, Debbie?
It'll be something that resides, electronically, but we can make it in a paper version that is handy. We started with, when Dallas was onboarded, we started a handbook that will be kind of a little pocketbook size binder. So we could have that be the front. This is where we could get your feedback on like what would be helpful. Would you like something like that? Because we could put it in different formats.
Okay. Now, the reason I'm asking is like just the layout, the colors, like I guess there'll be sections. I mean, it was just like, as I was reading through it, now granted it's black and white and up there it's red, but the red is harder to see in text. I mean, it was just like, what is this? So
this is strike through.
Got it.
This latest one is strike through in there. So you could see the suggested changes people had given. And I got as wild and crazy, Leslie, as putting a little box around in practice so that you could see, I didn't do, because I spent an entire day pulling things together and reformatting things when I did the first round of this. And I thought, I'm not going to do graphics and things until you all say, hey, we think we can live with this. Add some graphics.
No, I understand that. No, that's what I'm getting at. It's like, for example, like, I guess each section, like, there's the commission roles, there's commission meetings, there's communications, like each one will have a section you'll be able to follow as you can follow through the table of contents. That's what that will eventually look like.
It should match the table of contents.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying,
if you want us to put do us a page, separate the page in between.
Yeah, or like little color tabs, like just something. I just was wondering, what will it look like and how, I guess, user friendly, how usable is this, how they put little color tabs when you change the chapter, or change the section, just something to give me something here as I'm flipping through. And that's kind of why I added the whole commission resource list, is because this is all of, statutory language and links and all of that is grand, but none of that said anything about like, this is our website and this is when you call DOJ and this is when you call ethics and those sorts of things that are like actually what you need to like function in this role.
Right. So that might be the sort of thing that we start to play out over the 6 months, right? So that we get something in place sooner than later that you can then say, here's some other things that would be useful to have in there. We agree with this and we want to add more things to make it more user friendly.
Right.
That makes sense?
Again, Commissioner King, we kind of started putting together a kind of fun handbook when we did Dallas's. We used her as our beta tester on the handbook. And so now that we have this, we can incorporate it and then kind of talk to you all about what format would be helpful and what other information would be good to include.
Yeah, substantively, we want to get the substance in here before we start moving on to those issues. And I know that they're real for you and some others that tested, did the thing of I'm a visual learner. So let's make sure we can see this.
And also remembering that like when most of us came on, we had nothing.
Yeah. Right?
So.
We got to move on.
I have one more question, if it's okay. I know we're going to move on, but I have one more thing that I think we should add up in the section that is about serial communication, or right underneath the bullet that is about follow ethics, whatever we call that. Ethics.
What page are you on?
I'm not sure where it was, but it's where we talk about ethics. You know how we just made it short and sweet and said, follow Oregon Ethics Commission, whatever.
That's up at the top of who we are.
And as a best practice, I think having done the ethics training now, comply with state ethics laws. And then I think a best practice is, if you have any questions, contact the Oregon Ethics Commission.
Okay.
Because I think that makes it clear. It's like we don't go to DOJ to ask these questions as a commissioner. We go to the Oregon Ethics Commission.
Nice.
Right. And
Yeah.
and they have said that they welcome our calls. So they need to welcome our calls.
Yeah. So they need to. Yeah, they said they will. They better. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Okay. So how are we doing with this, people? Are you ready to be done with it? Ready for us to make the cleanups? Mark?
Go ahead.
So all I want you to do is say thanks, then don't say anything else. So this has been a process of herding cats. This has been very difficult for you, I'm sure. And we are a lot better off now than where we were before with the first versions. And it's because of you working with us. And so I just want to say, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of the commission, thank you for your work. Thank you for the efforts that you've put into this. We have a better document now because of the work that you did. So please just say thank you and don't say anything else. No.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. All right. And I'm going to just change this to today. Got it. I would just like to say thank you to all of you for your time and patience. And I know it's not been easy. So I'm going to leave here. There's that. Okay.
I'm a technical resources manager, and thank you for having me today. I will abbreviate and condense my conversation with you because of the time of day, and I don't want to prolong your day. So here it goes. I am here to inform you and provide you feedback on the Pacific Fishery Management Council process for season regulations for salmon in domestic waters. And my ultimate request to you is to adopt the same regulations for state waters so that we have a unified set of regulations that are easier to follow by the public and also makes enforcement work so much easier. So the annual process from PFMC is very involved with opportunities for the public to provide feedback. All of the user groups are represented, and it is basically setting seasons for the entire Pacific Northwest coast, from Washington down to California. I want to point out that the process has two legs, so to speak. In March, we developed 3 alternatives for the public to review, and the public hearing in Oregon took place on March 25th. We had quite a bit of participation during that virtual meeting. And then in April, last week, I returned on Tuesday, we have the opportunity within the council to come up with the final alternative or option, which meets all federal requirements that are laid out for us. And it basically is an option that works for the entire coast and will protect the weakest stocks in terms of salmon up and down the coast. So that's our task, and I believe we have completed it. I just wanted to show you a few. Here's what I just said. So in April, we came up with that. And then in the last sentence there, last bullet is, I'm asking you to consider setting the same regulations for state waters, which are 3 nautical miles offshore. So this is just to orient you. So everyone talks about Falcon, which is near the town of Manzanita. Fisheries from Oregon include the Columbia River area, but are mainly the Central Oregon coast and the Klamath Management Zone, which are outlined here. The Central Oregon coast, that dashed line there close to Florence, that marks the Hasita Bank line. It's a management line. Some people call it Hecata Bank. I don't know what to say. Hasita, I guess, for now. And it will come into place later on when I introduce you to the commercial summer fisheries, which will be reduced north of that line. So here are the main stocks that we have to consider. Every year, they're very similar. The criteria are the national standards that are developed by the National Marine Fisheries Service, which we have to abide by. And then over to the very right is what we came up with for this packet of regulations. So tules have been identified to have an exploitation rate, total exploitation rate of 41%. That is, like I said, the standard. It is a high rate, the highest rate that the federal government has to offer. So in other words, they're not in too bad of a shape, and we're taking advantage of that. The next 2 are very important for fisheries south of Cape Falcon, which is most of Oregon. And what's notable here is that this 10% maximum exploitation rate will be used this year. This was by far the most constricting and constraining stock that we dealt with this year. Sacramento River is expressed in a number of spawner escapement, which has been set by the federal government to be no less than 122,000. And our packet comes in to provide for almost 148,000 spawners back to California spawning grounds. The next couple of ones are coho. We are well within our allowed limit for lower Columbia River natural coho. And I didn't list the Oregon coastal natural because we are more than well within our limitations there. For Southern Oregon, Northern California natural stocks, again, we are well within the 16%. These noted values here also include freshwater harvest for your information. So it's not just ocean harvest. Okay. For the Sacramento River Chairwall. Okay, so the National Marine Fisheries Service has developed a acceptable escapement rate between 122,000 and 180,000. And this year they came forward with just saying we need to meet the 122,000 because there's some question as to whether more is better because of available habitat, spawning habitat. And so the 122,000 number has been established for adult spawners that may be either not of natural origin or hatchery origin. That's pretty much what we're assuming, Chair Wall. This is what our models tell us to the output will be. We will be well above the 122 bottom. The model is based on we call it the Sacramento model. It has been created by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife in conjunction with the National Marine Fisheries Service. And it's an index. It's an index that not just accounts for Sacramento fish, but also San Joaquin. So it's for the entire Great Valley in California, reaching from the cities of Sacramento down to Bakersfield. Okay, I am going to refer to John North for more information.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Commissioners, I think the issue here is they start with an ocean abundance forecast, which is like 165,700, and then this is the modeled output after ocean fisheries and other mortality occurs. So it's a modeled output rather than, I think you might be thinking of it as a count, in the river. This is projected return to the river. If that helps.
Moving on to the actual regulations that are being proposed. Commercial seasons are from Cape Falcon to Humpback Mountain in the spring and in the fall. Whereas the summer fisheries, as I previously mentioned, are reduced to the area north of the Cedar Bank line. And notable there is a non-mark selective quota of 7,500 fish that come into place in September. And also the fishery from Humpback Mountain to the Oregon-California border is reduced to only take place right now. It will close on April 30th for the remainder of the season. Moving on to the recreational fisheries. The good news is we will have fishing opportunities for most of the summer and the fall. However, the bag limits are somewhat reduced. So what you see here from through June 6th, we have all salmon except coho. Then for a big stretch from June 7th through July 15th, we have a marked coho quota of 44,000, which is very similar to last year. We had 45,000 last year, which then come into play. However, we are reducing the number of allowable Chinook in the daily bag to one fish, again, based on concerns over Northern California stocks. And in September, we're adding a quota of 30,000 non-marked selective coho. Again, 1 Chinook bag limit. And in October, we're moving closer to shore, again, to avoid those California stocks. So this was the season for the area from Cape Falcon to Humbug Mountain. Humbug Mountain to Oregon-California border was a much more difficult enterprise. However, we have a combined season for mark selective coho in that area that we can offer through the summer. And again, here's also the bag limit restriction to 1 Chinook only daily. And that's about all I wanted to say. I have staff recommendation for you to adopt the 2025 federal regulations as developed by Pacific Fishery Management Council during their April meeting for ocean recreational and commercial salmon fisheries in state waters, as proposed by staff and as reflected in the draft OARs shown in attachment 3. That's okay, thank you.
Sorry you had to wait so long.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. I'm going to, since you said there was no public comments on this, so I'll make some because I received a fair amount of comments myself from the public, and they were all, you know, I believe in giving credit where credit due, and they were all complimentary of our staff through this whole process, and I think the director will back me up on that. You know, these were from a lot of the public that was involved in watching these meetings and watching the development of these regulations. And I think, you know, some of these because their vacations and their recreation for the summer depended on it. Some of them because their livelihoods, like the commercial fishermen, depended on it. Anyway, and so they were watching this very closely. And I think probably didn't hear from them today because they were, you know, completely acceptable with what the results were. Some of the comments I heard, I just kind of took notes as I was hearing from different people. Without exception, they were very impressed with our staff and department staff. How they successfully navigated them. These are just from my notes, the many challenges, the season that developed. They provided, you know, enough opportunity for both sport and commercial to, you know, survive and actually possibility of having a decent season. They appreciated the way staff responded to public comments during the process. And especially I heard about how staff worked closely with Washington Department staff to develop revised Columbia River hatchery coho forecasting models that they were able to shepherd through the PFMC process. And like I say, it was just, I heard nothing but everybody that was involved and watched the process was just said, man, our staff really did a good job. They were really impressed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, thank you.
Commissioner Lab.
Not as eloquent as Bob, but that I heard the same thing. And so I reached out to John, and of course he did as usual. Well, it was a team effort, you know, so, but a team has a leader. And so, John, I want to thank you for your efforts. And I understand California didn't go quite as good. I'm sure you based it on science and biology. And what we got is because of good science and good biology. And thank you for your work. Appreciate it from me personally. Thank you.
John.
If I might, thank you, Chair Wall, Director Colbert, Commissioner Labhart. I appreciate those kind words, and Commissioner Spellbrink, much appreciated. It truly is a team effort, and there's some of the team that's not here today. I give credit to folks like Christine and our main modeler, Cassandra Lehman, did an incredible job, just long hours into, it's kind of hard to explain the process, but it's a very long days and stressful. And also Justine Kenyon Benson, Krista Ransier and Gway Rogers Kirchner even pitched in to help us out. So without them, the last 2 months would have been really a lot tougher. So I wanted to give them all credit. Thank you.
Questions? Then I have one, just one, John. Will you go to the projected for the most constraining stocks on page 3? We have 31 or 41% exploitation rate on the tules. Can you just, I know you did the science and that sort of thing, so could you just explain how we got, that seems like a really high exploitation rate.
Thank you for the question, Chair Wall. We have maintained the 41% exploitation rate for several years now, and we have been coming up with regulation packets that are usually slightly under. This year, we use the full impact, full allowable impact for this stock. This impact is based on the National Fish Management Plan that has been developed for this stock as they are listed. I don't know if that it fully addresses your question, but perhaps John would like to elaborate.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Good question, Chair Wall. So that 41%, it's covers all ocean fisheries from Alaska down and also inside into the Columbia. And it's an abundance-based approach. This stock was listed in, I think, 1999. And so the council had developed a work group that put together like an abundance-based framework so the allowable exploitation rate goes up and down, and it's linked to the total tule forecast for the Columbia. So it's kind of a surrogate. And I think it's all been reviewed, and NIMS found that it will, in their determination, won't cause jeopardy to recovery of this stock. So we have science behind it. And then the main thing to me is that we're not actually using all those impacts. It shows as modeled, but in actuality, we've been the last several years maybe using about 3/4 of it. So like 32, 3, 4%. So there is a cushion there between the maximum allowed and what's actually been used. So.
Thank you. That helps. Commissioners, okay, one more and then we'll have a.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Joel. Yeah, and something on the tules I might mention, it really isn't a targeted stock for Oregon fishermen that much. It's most of those fish come in, they're not quite the quality that the other fish are. So Oregon, most of the guys I know will throw back a tule if they catch one when in the Columbia River. But in Canada, Alaska, and Washington, northern Washington, those fish, when they're still in decent shape, that's where most of, I think, where people actually target them. Oregon doesn't really target them.
That helps. Thank you. Is there then, seeing no more questions, a motion on this one?
No. I move to amend OAR 635 divisions 003 and 013 as proposed by staff in attachment 3.
A second.
Second.
Thank you. So moved and seconded to amend OAR 635 divisions 003 and 013 as was just read into the record. Michelle, can we have a roll call?
King?
Yes.
Labhart?
Yes.
Spellbrink?
Yes.
DeFries?
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde?
Yes.
Wall?
Yes. Thank you. It's unanimous. And thank you so much for waiting all this time.
Good job.
Thank you. Then could we go to Exhibit F?
Do the Rocky song. Dun, dun.
I know. And ditto to you folks for lasting all day. I don't know how you did it. Why don't you introduce yourselves and go right ahead?
No.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, and members of the commission. Congratulations on making it to your last exhibit. For the record, my name is Jessica Watson, and I am currently the Acting Habitat Division Administrator, and I'm joined here today with Andy Spirka, our PFA Grant Coordinator, and Chad Washington, who is our PFA Grants Advisory Committee Chair, to present on the Private Forest Accord project approval.
And before we begin, I believe Mr. Washington would like to say a few words, so I'll turn over to him.
Thank you, Jane.
Great, thank you. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, members of the commission here. I just wanted to take a minute to tell you that the projects that you see before you have all been carefully considered, informed by technical expertise from the PFA biologists as well as volunteers from the federal services. The process this year went incredibly smooth thanks to support from ODFW staff. Particularly want to thank Andy Spierka, Jessica Watson, and Sarah when she was still in this. Everyone has done a really good job and supported this committee. So again, the projects before you have all been carefully considered, informed by technical expertise, and it was a very cohesive group, and we worked well again this year. So just asking for the support for these projects.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and staying. Yes.
Thanks for those comments. And now I'll turn it over to Andy to go through our exhibit.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Andy Spierka. I'm the Private Forest Record Grant Coordinator. I'm here today seeking the commission's approval to fund 23 projects selected by the Private Forest Record Advisory Committee from the most recent request for proposals. This grant program came about from a historic 2021 compromise between the conservation and timber industries, who joined forces in a groundbreaking agreement called the Private Forest Accord. The goal of the PFA is to protect aquatic resources, provide long-term stability and regulatory assurances for forestry for permitted practices covered under an incidental take permit, ITP. The Oregon Department of Forestry is pursuing the ITP from the Federal Services, which requires a Habitat Conservation Plan, HCP. As part of this process, the PFA created a grant program to provide conservation benefit for HCP covered species from the impacts from the permitted practices. In early 2023, ODFW established an advisory committee. The advisory committee is made up of diverse perspectives and views, which in our view means better decisions. There are 7 voting members representing conservation, timber industry, and Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund. The 5 ex officio members on the committee share expertise from key agencies and act in an advisory role to the advisory committee and the department. The advisory committee's role is to advise the department on the development of this grant program and provide recommendations to the department and Fish and Wildlife Commission for the final approval, which is why we are here today. In fall of 2023, we launched the Private Forest Record grant program's first solicitation. In April of 2024, Commission approved 23 projects totaling over $9 million in expenditures and over $9 million in matching funds. Today, we are recommending the Commission approve the projects recommended for funding by the Private Forest Record Grant Program Advisory Committee for its second solicitation. The second year of our grant program proved successful with 63 proposals submitted from throughout the entire state, totaling over $34 million in requests, with an average project ask of $542,000 and over $21 million in matching funds. As you can appreciate, narrowing down over $34 million in project requests to a $10 million budget was a significant challenge. Through a collaborative effort involving multiple agencies and the invaluable contributions of the Private Forest Record Grants Advisory Committee, who work closely with the department to review and recommend projects, along with the expert input from regional review teams and ODFW PFA stream biologists, we have identified a short list of 23 projects. These projects are carefully selected to deliver the most positive, direct, and meaningful impact on Habitat Conservation Plan covered species. Projects represent implementation, planning, and research and monitoring. The shortlist encompasses a diverse range of project types submitted by a variety of applicants from around the state. And of course, many of our projects work to increase water storage, habitat connectivity, along with improving riparian vegetation that beavers may rely on for food and dam building materials while providing shade and habitat, thereby, of course, advancing beaver modified habitat goals in addition. The department and committee believe the chosen projects offer far-reaching and impressive benefits with the potential to significantly advance our conservation goals. These projects demonstrate a strong commitment to the program with over $7 million in funds pledged. And with that, we conclude our presentation to the Commission on the Private Forest Record Grants Program funding request. Staff's recommendation is that Commission approve this funding request. A draft motion has been provided here for your convenience, subject to any revisions that you may have. This year, we are requesting a not to exceed 10% provision for any approved single project budget. This would give the department flexibility to approve up to a 10% increase in funding per project if needed. While very rare, this does happen on occasion, and it allows us to be proactive. It'd be classified as an amendment with the program and would require administrator approval and possibly Department of Justice approval. The funding was above $250,000. The intent of this provision is to account for reasonable cost increases, such as higher than expected insurance premiums or material costs that have escalated since initial project scoping, allowing grantees to responsibly cover the true cost of doing business. At this time, we are happy to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you for your time.
I'll go quick. So any federal match with any of these?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Lockhart. There is, I don't have that exact number.
Okay, are we worried about it?
Are we, we're working with any applicant in any kind of federal match, but no, we're not worried about it right now.
Okay, so what I particularly like is the 6-0 vote of the committee to move the thing forward. That says a lot about the review committees, did their homework, so that made the review committee's job very easy. The downside of all of this, even though it's $10 million, I think there was $63 million in request, or no, $34 million in requests, and you're only able to fund a third of that. It's always heartbreaking when you can't fund everything, but man, 10 million is great. And you know, this program is, we're starting to see on tours now, well, we got a PFA grant for this, we got a PFA grant for that, and we got, you know, they helped here, so it's starting to pay off. So good job. Good, strong support.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you guys for the presentation. I want to warn you, I have to abstain again because I know too many of these groups that got grants. In fact, I couldn't visit with Andy when he came to North Clackamas. But I heard that it went well. My question, I will abstain for appearances, the conflict of interest. My question is, and I've talked with Chad about this quite a bit, is already, after 2 cycles, we're already seeing repeats, meaning Hood River got one in the first wave. They've got one now. I think it was Coquille Watershed got 2 in this cycle. We talk a lot about equity, like there's still not one for Multnomah County, still, but we're getting close. We're getting Clackamas and Washington. So are we making sure, and is that even a focus of what you guys are going for, to making sure that this is statewide, I guess is what I'm trying to say, not just the people who know about it, making sure we don't start that wheel, and then have to break it.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you, Dr. King, for that question. Really, I think there's a couple of different components there. So some of these projects are the next phase in a project. So like Andy mentioned, part of the PFA program is to do planning and implementation as well. So some of those fundings could be for planning. The next phase would be implementation. So that's considered. And really in all of this, through the technical committee as well as our advisory committee, we're really thinking about what is the largest uplift for those habitat conservation species. So really thinking of it in that context. We're also considering, like you all had earlier today, the priority passage list. And so how does that come into play here? So thinking about how we can, increase habitats above blockages and known barriers, specifically to try to increase our climate resiliency for some of that cold water refugia as well. So there are some repeats, but the committee went through deep discussion on the effort and the uplift that those projects were providing in relation to all the other projects as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Ted.
If I may, I'll just add that it is carefully considered having a geographically diverse set of approved and recommended projects. That is a strong consideration, but it isn't a driving priority. The support of the incidental take permit is the first priority, but it is underpinned by efforts to try our best with the pool of applicants that we have to include diversity, not just in geography, but in applicant type and project type. So those are part of those thoughtful discussions, not necessarily driving the decision, though, if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just ask a quick follow-up question to what you just said? I think I'm trying to tie the two things together. The incidental take is like the first cut. Could you say a little bit more about that and how it works? That these projects have to support incidental take permit?
Thank you, Chair Wall. So for the question, so these projects are currently, right now, the Forest Service is looking to, the federal services to obtain a habitat conservation plan. Yeah. And so that HCP, as part of it, will have an incidental take permit for potential impacts, addressing the potential impacts of these, of forestry practices and other conservation measures for the habitat sorry, late in the day.
Yes, it is.
Taking it out. So to address the impacts to some of those HCP covered aquatic species. So that is really the first step, is having these projects in place to provide that conservation uplift to those habitat conservation plan species. And that will be part of us moving forward with an incidental take permit. And so these projects can be incorporated into some of that work. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, that did. Thank you. I just had missed a beat there. We have a hand up. Looks like Commissioner DeFries. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Yes, I just want to say I am in full support of this program and the projects selected, but I am also going to abstain as my organization or the organization I work for applied for one of these grants. But exciting to see all the good work that's going to happen.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, I just had one quick question. I, somewhere in the back of my mind, thought that the private forest accord grant program dollars went on private forest land, right? Wasn't there geographic boundaries created when this program was created about where the money would be spent?
Okay. Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, that was part of the original discussion as the committee was forming, but there is no regulatory requirement that these projects be limited geographically to private lands or forested lands.
Okay, I thank you for clarifying, because for some reason in the back of my mind, I thought that was the case. Thanks. And I totally support what's going on here. I think it's great.
Great. I just want to reiterate that was part of the discussion from the committee as we were forming in eligibility requirements. So you are remembering that piece. You're not making that up. That's all.
I could be making all kinds of things up at this time of day.
We all. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
I would be honored to make the motion.
You go ahead.
So I move to approve the 23 projects recommended for funding by the Private Forest Accord Mitigation Grant Program Advisory Committee as described in attachment D, with the provision that the department staff may make administrative adjustments to proposed projects not to exceed 10%.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the 23 projects recommended for funding by the Private Forest Accord Mitigation Grant Program as just read into the record. Let's do a roll call on this one.
DeFries?
Abstain.
Hatfield-Hyde?
Yes.
King?
Abstain.
Spellbrink?
Yes.
Laphart?
Yes.
The last one is Wall. Well, just for the record, yes.
Needed that vote.
Yeah. Motion with our few numbers right now, that would have, thank you all very much for the presentation and your work. And I think we are adjourned.
Yes.
Thank you for surviving,
Yes,
everyone.
thank you, commissioners, for another marathon.